Okay, so welcome to the 2024 Project Healthy Schools Wellness Champion Gathering. We're so thrilled to have you all here today. So we have a wonderful lineup of different speakers presenting from this morning all the way to about 3:30 this afternoon. So you are more than welcome to come to individual sessions, or you can also come to every session. We'd love for you to stay for the entire day. So yesterday, when you received the Zoom link for the meeting for today, we have the full lineup of the schedule for today. So feel free to refer back to the email if you're looking to see exactly what sessions are upcoming throughout the morning and afternoon. And the great thing is we typically have this event. It's an annual event we do for our Project Healthy schools. Typically, this is an event where we do more internal for our schools, but this year we wanted to open up the event to everybody. So this year it's a public event. So we're really excited to invite all the different schools across the state of Michigan, even people from outside of the state of Michigan, to join us today to learn about our program and to do continuing education with health and wellness. So we're really excited to have you all here today. So welcome. Right, we're going to move on to the next slide. So before we get started today, we wanted to thank our partners. We would not be here and doing the work we can without all the different partners we have here across the state of Michigan. So we're thrilled to work with these partners. The largest partner we work with is Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan through our Building Healthy Communities partnership. And this allows us to support new schools and to expand our program out to various schools across the state of Michigan every year. So typically each year we invite 8 new schools to join our program. And in just a minute, I'll kind of walk you through our new schools for this year. So a huge thank you to Blue Cross for all of your support. We've worked with them since 2013, so we have a long, great partnership with them that we enjoy doing each and every year. Through the Building Healthy Communities partnership, we also work with the United Dairy Industry of Michigan. So they're another great partner. They work with all of our new schools to assess the school lunchroom and different healthy eating needs for our school. So thank you to them as our close partner. We've also recently partnered with the Michigan Model for Health. So I'm sure a lot of different health educators across the state are aware of this curriculum. So they have connected with us to offer an SEL, social emotional learning curriculum for our new schools and actually all of our schools and our network. So a huge thank you to them. And then also a huge thank you to Michigan Apple Committee. So they provide us apples for various apple tasting events we do with our new schools every year. So traditionally with our new schools, we provide 3 locally grown apples here from the state of Michigan, and then we provide those out to the schools. We typically do a taste test within the lunchroom for each of our new schools, and then the students get to kind of taste different types of apples because each apple has a different flavor and taste profile. So that's another great partner as well. So a huge thank you to all of these partners. Okay, so let's kind of dive into a few different things for today. So the first thing we like to say is everyone, if you can please make sure your first and last name is showing on your Zoom screen. And if you can make sure, obviously, that that name aligns with what you registered with for today, that would really help us out. We'll be taking attendance for each session here today, and this will give you credit for your sketchy if you requested a sketchy. So please put your first and last name. If you can also put your school name on there, that would be great as well, just so we can kind of help connect who you are for when we take attendance. And just collectively, it's nice to see where everybody comes from today, from what school. So if you could do those within your box, that would be great. If you need help with that, feel free to put a little message in the chat and one of our tech people can respond to you and help you with that. All right. So we would like to ask if you could please keep your camera on for all sessions. That will really help us, one, take attendance for each of your sketchies. So we're offering 5 different 1-hour sessions here today, and each session will have one sketchy. So we want to make sure we give credit to everyone who requests those sketchies. And then throughout the day, through all the sessions, we'd love for you to really engage with the session. So please feel free to utilize the chat box for any kind of comments and reactions. The only thing is we're going to ask you to hold off on questions until the very end of each session. At that point, we'll ask you to put your question in the chat, and then we'll have a Q&A at that point. Okay, so if you are requesting a sketchy, that would be for any educator within the state of Michigan. We're asking that we have your pick number by next Tuesday, November 19th by 5 p.m. If you enter that within your registration page, we already have it, so you are good to go. If you were not able to provide that when you registered, you can either email your PHS Wellness Coordinator or you can email our Project Healthy Schools email account. Either way, just make sure you get your pick numbers to us by Tuesday by 5 so we can get everything wrapped up next week and submit that to the state. And you can turn on the closed captioning by clicking on the live transcript button at the bottom of your screen if you need that. That's there for you. This event is being recorded, so if you have to, for some reason, leave, or if you can't get to one of our presentations for today due to other, schedule conflicts, that's okay. We will have all the different sessions from today recorded, and we will have those presented on our internal PHS portal by next week, and we'll also have them posted onto the event website for this event as well. And we're thrilled that you're here. So, like I said, we're so excited to have you all here today. We're gonna have different people kind of come in throughout the day. So, we're gonna first, just for this session, kind of first see who is here. So let's do poll number 1. All right. So you should have a poll on your screen. So if you can please go in there and kind of notify and let us know, where are you coming from? Are you from the Upper Peninsula here today? Are you from Northern Lower Peninsula? Are you joining from Central Mid Michigan? Are you from the western side of the state, Southeast Michigan, or are you from outside of Michigan? We'll get about 10 more seconds. Okay, we can end that poll. We're going to show you the results. Okay, awesome. Cool, great. So it looks like we got really good representation across the state. So that's really good to know. Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, we're going to move on to poll number 2. So we want to get excited for this school year. So let's pull up poll number 2. We have one more for you. Okay, so we want to know, if you are a current PHS school, what part of the PHS program are you most looking forward to implementing this school year? Is it collaborating with your school wellness team? Is it teaching the PHS lessons? Is it creating your school wellness goals? Is it creating wellness events for your school? That could be for your students, for your staff. Is it applying for either our fall or winter wellness grant? Or is it celebrating our PHS university, or I'm sorry, our PHS 20th anniversary? Or are you not currently a PHS school, but you are a prospective school or community member? So we should have an option for everybody on the webinar here today. About 5 more seconds. All right, so we're gonna end that poll. We're gonna share the results. Awesome. Okay, great. Yes, excellent. So school wellness teams are so important. That's part of step number 1. So for those who are not familiar with our program, we have 5 steps to school wellness. So step number 1 is really creating that school wellness team. So really creating that buy-in from different faculty, different members of the community, whether it be parents or students, administrators at your school, to really make sure that we can move forward with all of your wellness goals and wellness events. So that's really exciting. Awesome. Okay, great. We're going to stop sharing that. Okay. Lastly, we want to engage you a little bit with our chat box right now. So if you are a current PHS school, we want you to put in the chat box, what is some of the most successful wellness initiatives or wellness events you've done at your school? This could be in the past couple years. This could be for this year. We just want to get a couple ideas going, especially for our newer schools who are looking to kind of just kind of have some more ideas of what they can do. So within our program, we typically require schools to put forth 4 different wellness goals. Typically, they are nutrition, physical activity, staff wellness, and then school specific. So a school specific one could be sleep, it could be caffeine, it could be vaping, it could be stress management, any type of health need that your school has. And then with each of those goals, we create one wellness initiative or one wellness event that puts that goal into action. So if you have any strong wellness initiatives that have gone really well for you, please feel free to put that in the chat. We'd love to share ideas. And then within our PHS portal internally, we have a large network of ideas and different initiatives for you there as well. And then each of your coordinators with your schools obviously should be helping you as well with brainstorming if you need that help. So if you have any really good ideas, feel free to put that in the chat. All right. So we're going to move on. Feel free to enter that in the chat throughout this session. We're going to move on and talk about our new schools for this current year. So every year we invite typically 8 new schools to join our program. So let's please welcome the following 8 schools for this year. So Discovery Creative Pathways from Harper Creek from Harper Woods, Michigan. Valleywood Middle School from Kentwood, Michigan. Pinewood Middle School from Kentwood, Michigan. Crestwood Middle School from Kentwood, Michigan. Battle Creek STEM Innovation Center from Battle Creek, Michigan. Chippewa Hills Middle School from Remus, Michigan. Eaton Risa Meadowview School from Charlotte, Michigan. And Upton Middle School from St. Joseph, Michigan. So Grace is your assigned wellness coordinator. So she's been in touch with all of these schools. So she's really working to implement our 5 steps of school wellness. So a huge thank you to all of these 8 new schools and building healthy communities for expanding our PHS program to these new schools. All right. So we're going to talk about our 20th year. So Project Healthy Schools was founded back in 2004. So we are now in our 20th year of impacting student and staff wellness across the state of Michigan. We began our program 20 years ago in Clegg Middle School. So if you saw our PHS newsletter that came out earlier this week, we did a full article spotlighting Clegg Middle School. And so they're in Ann Arbor, one of our Ann Arbor public schools here, right outside where we are at the University of Michigan. And since then, we expand out to all of the Ann Arbor public school middle schools. And then we kind of went throughout, Washtenaw County and then expanded across the state. So we're really excited to be here for our 20th year. For this year, we have some really fun activities planned and different initiatives for our 20th year. So we do have updated curriculum contents within the PHS portal. So with our new 10 lessons, if you want to just make sure you're using the most up-to-date lessons we have. So just please make sure you log into the portal and review and utilize those new updated lessons. We do have a document called 20 Ways to Celebrate 20 Years of PHS. So we're going to go ahead and put that document into the chat box right now for you. So this is a great document to kind of say, hey, these are some ways what we can do to really support staff wellness. And these are different parts of the program that we can implement, whether you're part of our school or outside of the network, just to get that spirit going and making sure that we're moving forward and promoting school wellness. We have 2 fun contests for you this year to celebrate our 20th year. So we're going to put the link for that document into the chat as well. So the first contest we have is right now. We're doing a really fun video submission. So for this contest number 1, we want you to create a 20-second video that showcases how your school celebrates school wellness. So we are accepting these nominations and these submissions through 5 p.m. on Monday, December 2nd. So we would love for you to tag us at Project Healthy Schools if you have a social media account to our social media account. As well, if you do that, if you can also email it to your coordinator or to the PHS email account, that would be great. Or if your school doesn't have a social media account, that's fine too. Just feel free to email it to either your coordinator or the PHS account, and you'll be entered into the contest. So we will be giving away 2 different $250 stipends for 2 schools for each contest. And those stipends will be to support PE equipment at your school. So a really fun way to kind of just, get in the spirit, celebrate, and then also give back to our schools with more PE funding. And then we also want to do a little bit more staff spotlight. So we currently have different initiatives with our social media. We're doing a Throwback Thursday campaign. So every Thursday we have different photos, kind of celebrating the past 20 years of our program. And we also want to do a little bit more staff spotlight. So obviously, we really, support and really want to appreciate and celebrate all of the staff at all of our PHS schools. Without you, we would not have our program moving forward and implemented in our schools across the state. So if you want to spotlight any of your staff, please feel free to email us or tag us on social media if you have your own spotlight of your staff, and we would love to sponsor that on our social media. We also have a wellness grant program. So this would be for third year schools and after. So typically those types of schools are eligible for a wellness grant award. So we have two different cycles. We have one in the fall. That one is already closed, but the one for the winter will be coming up. That will be opening on December 1st, and that will be open until January 31st. If your school is eligible for that grant program, you will receive an invitation from your coordinator to apply for that program. So you can apply for up to between $100 to $1,000 for each cycle. If you were awarded a fall grant, you are still eligible to apply for the winter grant. We had 11 submissions for the fall grant, and we awarded 10 of those grants. So we really want to keep supporting your wellness ideas and your wellness events at your school. So we will have more information on the next cycle when it opens up on December 1st. And then last for today, we have a 20-year anniversary video. So we're going to be showing that video to you all around 1 o'clock. It'll be right at the end of this sleep session before Dr. Eagle, our founder, speaks. So if you want to see that video, please tune in around 1 o'clock later today, and we will showcase that video to you at that time. Awesome. Great. So I know we're right at time. So I'm going to move forward and we're going to move into our next session. So if you are just joining us today, welcome to the PHS Wellness Champ Gathering. If you can, please make sure that your cameras are on and that your first and last name and your school name is on your Zoom box. That will be really great because that will help us know who you are, and then we can give credit for you for your sketchy as well. Okay, so we're going to move into our first session. So my name is Brad Newman. I'm a wellness coordinator and interim program manager for Project Healthy Schools. I have the pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Pamela Koch. Pamela will be presenting on changing eating behaviors in K-8 students. Dr. Pamela is the Mary Swartz Rose Associate Professor of Nutrition Education and the Faculty Director of the Lori M. Tisch Center for Food Education and Policy at Columbia University. She is the Faculty Director of the Lori M. Tisch Center for Food Education and Policy and co-director of the Center for Sustainable Futures. Pamela conducts research with schools and communities to give people power to demand healthy, just, and sustainable food. She translates her research into curricula for school teachers, recommendations for policymakers, and resources for advocates. Her work contributes to increased access to nutritious, delicious, equitable, and sustainable food for all. So during the session, please feel free to add comments and reactions into the chat box. If you have any questions for Pamela, please hold off. We're going to ask for those questions at the very end of the session. And at that point, we'll have a Q&A session with Pamela. So please join me in welcoming Pamela to our PHS Wellness Champion Gathering.
And thank you. And thank you so much for having me. Just want to confirm everyone can hear me okay? Okay, good. So let me share my screen. Okay, and just make sure everything on my screen is that I can see everything okay, which is good. So, I am delighted to talk about food and nutrition, and I just want to share a couple of things. I've done a lot of curriculum with middle school students, so I'll be talking about some of those today. And actually, one of our curriculum that I'm going to talk about, we did a lot of work in Michigan with the curriculum, and I know that caffeine may or may not be considered a nutrition issue, but I know that that was mentioned as one of the possible supplemental goals. And I remember one of the middle schools I was working with in Michigan, very sadly, they said that at least once or twice a year, they had a student having to go to an emergency room for too much caffeine. And I'm sure maybe a lot of you have experienced that too. So there's a lot that goes on with what we eat. So food and nutrition, the most important educational activity of society. I know that's a very bold statement, and I'm going to show you why in a second. So let's move on. You've probably all heard the phrase, we are what we eat. And I want to add on to that, that we also are what our food eats, which gets us thinking about not just the food inside of our body, but thinking about how food is produced. We also are how those who produced our food are treated. And so I think that that gets us thinking about some larger issues. I know when I started thinking about and studying nutrition as an undergraduate student, which was back in the 1980s, that I just thought of nutrition as what happens to food after we eat it, once it gets in the body. I didn't really think about all of those things that had to happen to produce our food. And as I've moved through my career, I have realized how important both of those things are. I want to just also share that Mary Schwartz Rose, I'm the Mary Schwartz Rose professor, as was said, and Mary Schwartz Rose started our program before 1910. And if you know anything about the field of nutrition, that was actually before the first vitamin was discovered. And what she was doing was telling families and going around to the schools in New York City to teach the children about these brand new discoveries of vitamins and that they were actually what were causing diseases like scurvy and rickets and pellagra and beriberi that people knew, people who could get them, and sometimes people got better and sometimes they didn't, but no one knew what caused it or what caused people to get better. And it was kind of magical that it was something in food that did that. So those were like the initial nutrition discoveries. And now we have really different problems with our food. We have to think about our food in terms of how it's affecting our ecosystem, how it's affecting the people that are producing it, but also much more long term, we have to think about the chronic diseases that are coming from our dietary choices, such as type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease and high blood pressure. And those, the beginnings of the risk factors for those start in childhood. They may not present until people are older, but they start in childhood. So that's why food and nutrition is really important. I'm going to show you now a quote that will be on the screen, and I will read it from 1980 from Dr. Joan Digesso. Teaching food and nutrition might be viewed as the single most important educational activity of society. If persons do not learn to obtain and consume food so as to sustain themselves and their dependents, and that's both sustaining getting enough, but also getting the right foods to be healthy, all other learnings are relevant. And this is Joan. This is actually a somewhat old photo. Actually, that boardwalk got destroyed in a storm called Superstorm Sandy that hit the New York City area in 2012. And she grew most of her own food for a lot of her life. And she is known as the matriarch of the local food movement. And she did that not because she said, oh, we should be transporting food less because that will save energy, which it does. But she said it for a more important reason. She said, we are losing farms in many, many, many communities around our country, which means fewer and fewer people will know farmers. Our country in the United States in the late 1700s, when our country was a new country, 99% of people were farmers. Now it is less than 1%. And that decreased slowly over time, but then much more rapidly since World War II. And so people don't know farmers, people don't know how food is produced in many, many different areas. And so she said that if we need to make decisions about how our food is produced, we all need exposure to that. So now we're going to go to the first poll question of my session, and I think somebody will be able to put that up for me, right? So the question is, here it is. So which of these is your biggest dietary concern for your middle schoolers? Eating too many snack foods and sweetened beverages, grazing instead of eating meals, not enough fruits and vegetables, or none of these, my students eat well. I'll give it about 5 more seconds. Oh, I see. It's actually timed, right? So is it going to go off automatically, or can I turn it off? I'm not sure if I'm seeing what everybody else is seeing. Are you seeing the poll results, everybody?
Yeah, they are showing, right?
Yeah, I just ended it for you. Sorry. You can
You
just
got
say
it. Okay, sorry,
ready.
it's okay.
You just say, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So, as you can see, eating too many snacks and sweetened beverages is the largest concern that people have, with nobody saying that their students eat well. And that is not surprising. With the food supply that we have, it is really hard for all of us to eat well. So, okay, I'm going to stop sharing the poll. Okay. Oh, I see. Uh, there we go. Okay, now we're going to go to the next poll question. So, what do you think? Are you still seeing my screen? Okay. What do you think is your students' relationship to food? So, most students have a healthy, positive relationship with food, leading to feeling good about what they eat. Mixed, some healthy, some not so healthy. Most students have a negative relationship with food, leading to feeling guilty about what they eat. Or you have no idea what your students' relationship to food is. And this time I'm not seeing the poll. I don't know. Last time I was, so I'm not sure. I think somebody else is controlling it, right? Okay, I'm not seeing the result. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right, we'll give it a couple more seconds. I see the answers coming in. Okay, I'm going to end the poll in a second. Uh, so you're seeing the result. I'm sorry that I'm not totally on to
You're
how
not
the
having
polls are
anything.
being shown.
I am later.
Um,
I am
anyway,
later. Thank you. Later. Oh, okay. Thank you. And we'll watch this.
so as we can see that there is a nobody that thinks that most of their students have a positive relationship with food. Most people think it's mixed. Some people think that most students have a negative relationship with food, and then a lower amount for no idea. And that actually goes with what we know about the understanding of adults too in the US. I've done a lot of professional development with teachers that have been online courses. And the first question that teachers answer is just talk about your own history with food. And because of our current food supply and environment, it is really challenging to develop a healthy relationship with food. Yet when we have that, we can enjoy eating so much more. And a lot of what I've tried to do is how do we actually get school students to have that healthy relationship because they're feeling positive and good about what they're eating. They're not being over controlling, and they are thinking about, how am I making most of my food choices that are going to allow me to do all the things that I want to be able to do and do them well. So now what we're going to do is use the chat, and I'm going to put up some questions. And if you could put your responses in the chat, that would be great. So the first question is, what, if any, is an eating behavior that you have changed over time? So maybe something like drinking less soda, or adding more vegetables to one of your meals, or something like that. So go ahead and put your responses in the chat. So there's been a lot of answers coming in, a lot of, and I know you can all see them too, a lot that relate to less sugar and sweetened beverages, more cooking, and that's great. And when we change our behaviors, we can feel good about it. We all know that habits can be really, really hard to change. So then there's the next question, which is, what helped you to be successful at making that change? I'm seeing things like meal prepping for your kids, feeling better, making small steps, doing research, drinking water, all kinds of different strategies. And these are the kinds of things that we can use that can help us to make changes. And then finally, the last question, what made it hard to change? So what were things that had you have setbacks that made it hard to change? By the way, there's so many great responses in there that if they're being saved, they could be, I think, helpful for all of you to think about things that you might be able to talk about with your kids. So stress, high cost, uh, caffeine withdrawal, the environment, the challenging environment. It's hard to change habits, lack of healthy foods available at lunch. So there is a lot that makes it really hard for us to change how we eat. And the same thing is true for your students. And that's what really good food and nutrition education can do, is work with people over time, talk about those setbacks, talk about those challenges, and figure out ways to overcome those challenges. So now what I want to do is talk about our food supply, and what makes it really challenging. What is the environment that makes it really challenging to eat well? And then what kind of environment would we want? So, first, we have a food supply that is really high in ultra processed foods. Ultra processed foods are foods that have been changed a lot from how they were produced. And the percentage of those in the US food supply has been going up over the last several decades due to our farm policies and how food businesses work. Is those foods also end up being the cheapest form of calories, so they are very high calorie, usually low nutrient, but then they also end up being available everywhere, heavily advertised, engineered to be delicious, and also a cheaper form of calories. As I mentioned before, eaters are disconnected from farmers. And really, this has led to us devaluing food. So, what would we want? We would want more fresh and scratch cooked meals, making this easier for people to have more available to them. we would want people to understand and being connected to farmers, and we would want to food to be a valued and integral part of education. And so, what we have done in New York City is we have worked with our New York City City Council to get funding to sponsor what's called the Food Education Hub. And this is a resource that then is an umbrella that oversees all of the different food and nutrition education efforts. So, similar to what you have here. So, now I want to go over why do you think food and nutrition education is important for food students? So if you can go ahead and put that in the text. Wow, a lot of great answers are coming in so that they can make healthy choices, that it's the foundation for them understanding that students aren't eating the school lunch that is available. I was actually in a webinar last night, and we ended up talking about how one of the ways that our food environment has changed. And I was a child in the 70s and 80s, and now my kids are in their 20s, and so I know it's even maybe different again now. But one of the things that was really different is that I did a lot of activities, a lot of sports and other activities. We usually did not get served snacks at those activities because we all ate lunch at school, whether we brought lunch for home or ate the school lunch, and it was a mixture. Um, and then we actually, after those activities, and I know that there may be families that don't have food, but it was expected that we would have a dinner meal. And so, to make sure everybody was hungry for those meals, we actually didn't have a lot of snacks. I found that my kids, every event that they went to, every activity they went to, there was food, whether it was a sports practice. There would always be somebody that would show up with those like boxes that you can get from stores such as Costco that just had the little tiny bags of chips or little muffins or something like that. And they were always being given out at every single event. And it made it harder for kids, I think, to be hungry for meals because there was so much snacking. Okay, next questions. What are the obstacles for providing food and nutrition education? Yeah, limited time and money is what's come in, and I think those are some of the biggest obstacles. I know how busy schools are, how many things that you have to do. I want to go back to some of the last responses that I saw come in for the prior question. That is the school lunch can be challenging. I would recommend to all of you to try to do what you can to improve the school lunch. We've been trying to do that a lot in New York City. So, recognizing that it may be the only food that is available to a lot of students and that it can be challenging to serve that many meals well, but more resources being put into it can actually help to improve school meals. We've been doing that in New York City by having chefs develop recipes that work for the requirements of school meals and work in the kitchens that they have. And then those are now being introduced in the menus that are adding more cultural diversity, more scratch cooked like foods to schools. And just a couple of seconds, what are some ideas for overcoming those obstacles? And I see the response that it says they're young, so they don't have to eat healthy and they don't think they need to eat healthy. And that is right on. And it actually goes with one of the polling questions that is coming up in a little bit. So I'm seeing some great ideas such as making healthy recipes in classes, partnering with different brands and companies, um, bringing back home ec, which I think could really help if especially if it's done well and it's really forward thinking in time in the kinds of recipes that are being done. And often it's just integrating it into other things that are going on in school, so it's easy to make it happen. So, what is food and nutrition education? I'm going to show you a definition and then talk a little bit about some parts of it. So, education that inspires and builds confidence for students to make food choices that support personal health, ecological sustainability, and social justice now and into the future. So education is often, as we know, thinking of giving information, and all of you know it's very much a back and forth. And when we talk about food, because it's so personal, it definitely needs to be that back and forth. The inspires is to get students to want to do it for themselves, not because adults are telling them that it's important, because that's not going to make it happen. But when they get inspired to do it themselves, that's when they can actually make change. Build confidence, and that is that they feel like they can do it. A lot of times we don't change behaviors, and I've worked with many people that are like, I'm not going to try to change because I don't want to fail. And it's so hard to make changes. So that confidence that you can, and just what all of you said in the chat of changing habits slowly, making small commitments and making a change and then moving on to something else is what can help to build that confidence. And making food choices, because everyone gets to choose what they eat themselves. We can't force anyone to do anything to support these 3B goals. And we want to do that now. I often say that we want students to be thinking about anything that we learn about wellness in any topic the very next time that that opportunity presents itself. And so for food and nutrition, that would be the very next time that they're eating, that they're thinking about what they learned and then thinking about their choices in that context, but not only now, and also into the future. So I want to talk a little bit about why it's important for personal health. And probably all of you are familiar with the My Plate that has been the United States guidance for nutrition since 2011. And I think this can be good, but it's not sufficient for students to change their eating. Just learning about food groups and the foods that fit into them and learning this isn't going to do that inspiration and building confidence, but rather understanding the challenges of the food environment can be helpful. So I mentioned before ultra processed foods. There's a classification system called NOVA that basically puts foods into different categories, with the category one being fresh whole foods, two being the ingredients we use to cook with, which are mostly fats and sweets, three being foods that are processed combined together, and then four being ultra processed, which tend to be foods that have ingredients that make us really want them. Like that saying, bet you can't eat just one. And there's been lots of what's called epidemiological research that has shown that people that are eating more processed foods tend to have higher risks of metabolic diseases. There was one what's called randomized controlled trial, which is the gold standard of research in food, in science research, that was looking at people eating ultra processed foods. And this study came out in 2019. This is a couple of articles about it. What it actually showed is that people who um, people who were given two different diets for, I think, 2 weeks, and it was what was called a crossover study. So some people got the more processed diet first, some people got the healthier diet first. They were all given plenty of food. They were living in the lab for the whole time of this study and only eating the food that was in the lab and then having everything researched. What happened is on the more whole food diet, that there was actually a people felt more full, more satisfied, and in general were eating 500 fewer calories than when they were on the processed diet. So then they were eating 500 more calories, but rated themselves as not feeling as full and satisfied, and also had negative health outcomes from that. So there's been a lot of talk about this. I don't know if any of you have ever seen this video, which is on YouTube, so you could find it. It's a doctor from the UK, Chris Van Kellum, and he basically, if you've ever seen the movie from a long time ago called Super Size Me, it's similar to that, but it's only 9 minutes. And he basically decided to go eating 80% ultra processed foods, which he said is 20% of the UK population eats that. It's probably the same or more in the United States from what he had been eating, which he was more like 20% ultra processed foods. And he goes through and ends up having different health negative health outcomes. But what is the most important part of it, and I think something that may strike your students if they see this, is that he had his brain, like the his brain tested for new pathways that were developed, and basically he had new reward system pathways developed in that 1 month as an adult. And the obesity doctor that is in the video basically says, wait, like this is happening in children too when they are only getting exposed to these foods. So that may be something that inspires your students and says, we want to change. And I'll just tell you a really, really quick story with some middle schoolers that I worked with several years ago. And the goal was what a lot of you said you have done, which is to have fewer sweetened beverages. And they were figuring out how much sugar was in those beverages that they were drinking compared to the recommendation. They were also adding up how much the beverages cost, how much they were spending on them per year. And then they would name something that they wanted. So maybe like new sneakers or a new, kind of device or something. And then saying, wow, like I could use that money to go towards that. And there was one student who was in this program, and over the next 5 years, she was still attending the same program. And the director noticed that the student was getting healthier and healthier, and they were promoting how they were making healthy food choices and that they wanted to spread that to other students as well. And the director asked the student, how did you make this change? And she said the spark was all that one activity we did in middle school where we counted up how much sugar was in sweetened beverages. And that just got me thinking. And then from there, I kept making changes. So we never know what's going to be the spark that will actually make changes for people. So then for health, this is from the USDA from 2022, basically saying that we have a lot of people that are having poor nutrition is leading to diseases. There are health disparities in this country due to structural systems that have been in place for centuries. But the most important is the third one. 85% of healthcare spending is related to diet related diseases. So if we can help to inspire middle school students to want to change their eating, um, and to feel confident that they can, and to spread that to others, like that student that I talked about did, we could actually help to change this. The projections are that all of these diet related diseases are going to get worse as today's middle schoolers become tomorrow's adults. And the rates of diseases like type 2 diabetes and hypertension and cardiovascular disease and the medications used for those are just as expected to increase. So that's personal health. Ecological sustainability. This can also be a way that I think inspires students to think about making changes, because it's not only that they are making changes for themselves, but also to help the environment. And the really good news is the same food choices that actually have been found to promote personal health, which, if we had to just simplify it, it is more whole foods and then more plant-based. That doesn't mean exclusively plant-based, but that in general, when most people are doing that across the population, those are the people that are having better health outcomes. And that is what's also better for the environment. So why do we need to be concerned about sustainability of the food system? In agriculture, we have a lot of greenhouse gases, GHG said there, and then we are affecting soil, water, and the chemicals that are used in that agriculture. So just to show you some statistics, is the food system accounts for more than a third of greenhouse gas emissions. We are losing water. The amount of water in aquifers around the United States and around the world are going down because of what is being used in agriculture. We are losing topsoil. This is actually an incredible photo. That is the field where the man is standing, had never been plowed. And then that's a field that was plowed, and it just shows the topsoil loss. And then the chemicals that are used in agriculture are affecting, move through our waterways and are affecting our oceans. So soil, water scarcity, the greenhouse gases, and then also the rest of our food system. So everything that happens to food after it leaves the farm also produces greenhouse gases, pollution, and waste. And it's all of this together that is that third of greenhouse gases that are produced. And then we also have deforestation. That is, a lot of it is to grow crops that are being used to grow animals that then people are eating. So when we are eating in a way that promotes our health, we are also helping to promote the environment. So I'm going to show you this article, and I would be happy to share this article if you want. It's over 50 years old. It's called "There is a Morning War." And that morning war that's described by Barbara Ward in this article is between having fear about the future and hope about the future. And what she says is that the people that are fear, the doomsayers, that, oh, we're never going to be able to get out of the situation we're in. But then the hope is often people that are what she calls techno fixers, which is really using human ingenuity, that we can get out of any issues. And I think that I've realized over my decades that is so strong. Like, oh, we'll figure out, we're smart, people are smart, we'll figure out a way to get out of this situation. But it feels like in the decades that I have been in nutrition and thinking about the sustainability issues, and sadly, the health issues getting worse and worse to get to these diet related diseases, that what we're doing isn't quite helping the situation. This is a similar article that was from The Atlantic from 2018 by somebody named Charles Mann, who wrote a book. It was about a book he wrote called Prophets and Wizards. And the prophets and wizards were the same things. The prophets were the doomsayers, and the wizards, which were using their magic to fix everything, were there. And I think sometimes when you're having discussions with your students, I know when I'm having discussions with my students who are older, they're graduate students, it's sometimes like when we talk about these two roles, it can be really helpful to think about, um, what role can human ingenuity really play? And when do we have to be thinking about how are we looking at nature and working with nature for our future? So that's ecological sustainability. For social justice, there has been a lot of work on thinking about the food that we are purchasing and that it is promoting values. And so therefore, five values are animal welfare, environmental sustainability, nutrition, a valued workforce, and local economies. And I know a lot of places, I'm not sure about Michigan, but are trying to figure out how these values can be used in school meals, particularly at the same time as it is working at making those school meals the best as possible. So students want to eat them and can eat them. And that's important because Youth experience food injustices every day, particularly with the exposure to foods and living in a lot of communities that don't have a lot of access to healthy foods. Food justice can address these inequalities. And when youth are pushing for change, that can actually make a really big difference and can have them feel inspired and confident that they can make changes. So now we're going, hopefully the polls will work better this time. Now we're going to go to poll question number 3. Thank you for putting it up. So do you think changing eating pattern, sorry, to be more healthful is easy if you put your mind to it, somewhat challenging but doable, hard, but some changes can be made, and nearly impossible? I have the end poll. I'm gonna hit end poll in a second. So if you want to put in your responses. Okay, so most people said, a couple of people said easy if you put your mind to it. Most people, about 2/3, said somewhat challenging but doable. About a quarter said hard, but some changes can be made. And the good news is nobody said nearly impossible. So that is great that people can make changes. Now let's go to the next poll, which is our poll question 4. So, which of these challenges do you think are faced by many of your students? And this is one where you can, it's single choice, I think, the way it was put into the poll. So, check the one that you think is the most pressing challenge that your students face. Okay, we can end the poll. And what we can see, I hope all of you can see it, is that it's mostly a home where there is often not enough food. That's 42% of everyone. And then the other one is social norms to eat snack foods, sweetened beverages, and fast foods, which are really big, certainly big challenges to overcome. So now I want to go to, how do we define how you can do nutrition education that does do that inspiration and building confidence? So the first is what we call direct the path. And that is knowing what changes you want students to make. This isn't forcing anyone to make changes, but being clear about it. If we just say, be healthier, that's really hard for us to act on as well as our students to act on. So doing things like, let's look at sweetened beverages or eating more fruits and vegetables and how we can make that happen, or eating more meals instead of snacks. Then the other big support is creating supportive environments. And this is doing things like, what kinds of programs can be done for the students that are actually not having enough food at home? What can be done to make the environment in schools and around schools make it easier to make healthy choices instead of having people have to navigate through really challenging choices because they're harder to find. And then we want to do that inspiration, and that's doing things that actually have people have those aha moments and say, huh, I want to make that change. Like that student that I talked about, that measuring out how much sugar was in the sweetened beverages actually had the student say, I want to do something different. And then facilitate and figure out how they can do that. And this is actually, I've worked very closely with Dr. Isabel Contento, who's in the photo here, to do this, who is really connected. How do we use the best of what we know about psychology of understanding why people make the choices they make to understanding how we can inspire this kind of change? So direct the path is to have the eating behaviors to be clear. And this is a curriculum that we developed for middle school that was actually taught as part of the science curriculum called Choice, Control, and Change. And we had six goals that we wanted students to do. This had 24 lessons, so a lot of time to address these goals. And it was to do more, eat more fruits and vegetables, and it was to eat 4 cups a day. And we told them that a cup was about the size of their fist or the amount that they could hold in their cupped hand. And so, how could they actually think about when they could add these at breakfast, lunch, dinner, or even snacks? Then it was to drink water and aiming for that to be their main beverage throughout the day. It was also to walk more, including stairs, and this was to count their steps. When we were doing this, it was before a lot of people had devices that could count their steps, and we gave them pedometers. And for some of the students, just like that student that was really inspired by the counting out the sugar, I had one student who was always the resistor. Why are we doing this? Kids don't need to worry about eating. We're young, we don't have health problems. And all of a sudden, with the pedometer, she started walking more and thinking about how that was changing how she felt about herself. And she went from putting down those things to being the student that was providing all of the ideas for solutions to everyone and being the leader in the class. So it shows how once people get inspired, they can make those changes. Then we had, in addition to the do more, we had things to do less. The ways that we make changes when you're trying to add something versus trying to take something away are really different. When we're trying to add something, we have to do a lot of preparation, making sure we have that, figuring out how we can have it available, how we can get it prepared. When we're trying to do less, that often is a lot of emotional skills, a lot of navigating through things, a lot of talking to other people about the choices that we're making. So, these types of skills that you need to give students are really different. And so, the things to do less were drink fewer sweetened beverages, eat less frequently at fast food places, and eat fewer processed packaged snacks. So then to inspire, what are things that we can do to inspire students? And these are, again, what come from psychology. And I'm just going to go through a couple of different ones that we can use. And so these are: personalize the risks and the benefits. Get it to be things that they want to be able to do themselves. So when they see, I want to be good at dance or sports or a musical instrument or writing poetry. And if I'm eating well and caring for myself and everything to do with wellness, I'm going to be better at that. I'm going to get to be better at all the things I want to do. So decreasing risks and increasing benefits. Thinking about long-term health doesn't usually work. However, and sadly, over the decades that I have done this work with middle schoolers, what I have found is that more and more of them either themselves or know someone that they see as a near peer that is getting diseases like type 2 diabetes or cardiovascular disease. So things that used to be like, that's an adult. I've had many conversations in middle school classes where they're actually saying, yeah, this is real. Like, I know somebody that is having this issue, and that ends up changing the course of the conversation. The next is building positive social norms for those more positive eating behaviors. The next that I have found works really well with middle schoolers is saying, you're going to be savvy. You don't want to be fooled about this, and that it's more of navigating through a challenging system, not that it's like feeling guilty about what they're doing, but recognizing that the environment is making it really hard to be healthy, and that by being advocates for change, we can change that and make it healthier for everyone. Figuring out how to overcome barriers. And that's what a lot of you wrote in terms of what were the challenges to do that and ways that you could overcome them. And then finally, to enhance confidence and agency so that they feel like they can be doing it. We have another curriculum called In Defense of Food, and I could definitely send the curriculum with the links in it. And I don't think I'm going to have time to go over the activities, but I could maybe show you a couple of things if we have a moment at the end. So then how do we facilitate action? Again, we have many different ways that we can get students to do this. One of the biggest things is actually getting kids to have direct experiences with food. Gardening. I'm just going to tell you a quick story. My doctoral dissertation was actually evaluating a program called Cook Shop that was trying to get more vegetables, whole grains, and beans into school meals in New York City. That is still continuing today out of the Food Bank of New York through Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program education. And one of the person who started it, whose name is Tony LaCorey, her daughter, who was a child when she started it, is now a school principal in New York City. And she was starting gardening in the school and having students set up that gardening. And she heard them talking about why they wanted to help set up the school garden. And they all ended up having Cook Shop as elementary school students. They all went to different elementary schools, but that was what gave them the spark that wanted them to get more involved with food. So then the next thing is cooking activities, bringing back home economics, preparing things with students, giving them food and nutrition savvy, helping them figure out how to do shopping. That could be grocery shopping with their families, or even just when they're in a store after school picking snacks, how to navigate through that, and then making action plans for change. So now I'm going to just talk about when we're doing cooking, different ways that that can be done that I have found it to be effective. And so we have cooking. We clearly want to make sure that we are being safe, and that's basically doing food safety and sanitation, but also being aware of food intolerances and especially allergies and severe allergies with any students that we have. The easiest way to have students have food experiences is by doing tastings. That's where you're bringing in food, you're having them try it. Sometimes I just bring in an array of vegetables and have them use all their senses to explore them. Think about how they would like them. Think about how their families maybe prepare those vegetables and how they're different across different cultural traditions. Then the next way is demonstrations. So this is like watching a cooking show in front where you're seeing somebody else prepare something in front of you and then everybody getting to try it. The next is assembling. So that's where you basically have everything pre-prepared. They're putting something together to actually make the food. Sometimes I've done this with something like a salad where everything is chopped, but we're putting it all together, adding the dressing in the classroom, and then everyone gets to try it. The next is individualized cooking, which works really well with things like hummus or guacamole or some kind of dip that then you can have something that they can have it in, but everybody's getting to make their own, maybe adding different ingredients to make it work for them. And then finally, to do what's called community cooking. And this you would need more of a space and more time, but where you're cooking a few different recipes and different groups are doing different things, and then everyone's eating that together. All of these can be effective to getting that hands-on experience with foods. So then it's how do we create a supportive environment? And this is, again, working with our school meals and snacks, what we can do that will actually figure out ways that have those be models of healthy eating, to have the school meals be supported and whatever can be done with the school to make it happen that those meals can be something that the students want to eat. And there has been many places around the country that have done really positive change, and I would be happy to talk with anyone about that. Having really good food at school events. When I was a parent and my kids were in school, I would find the like-minded parents, and we would really work to have all of the school events have food that was modeling healthy eating so that that could be talked about. Have that come out also to the community around the school, and doing whatever we can to support the homes of students who don't have enough food so that we can be bringing in those resources. I believe Michigan is one of the states that actually has for SNAP where you can get the double up bucks where people can get double the amount of food to use for fruits and vegetables when they are using their SNAP dollars at farmers markets. Um, okay, I'm just going to show you really quickly. This is something that was done in New York City and maybe something that you could push for in your schools. Um, this was a high school with 4,000 students. That was the serving window on the top, and they had the basic cafeteria tables. They then got these choice-based ways of choosing the food, and then that's the same cafeteria with really different tables. It made the kids change their attitudes completely. So this was on a 0 to 3 scale. The pre is red, the post is green, and basically this was the pre-scores, so pretty low. And yes, there was a lot of room for improvement, but this was high school students, and with this new cafeteria they actually improved. And that general one was questions like, I like school lunch, I want to eat school lunch. So even though it wasn't super high, it at least went up across the board with this kind of change. And this was something that our local government did to support creating cafeterias that were creating a culture that made kids want to be in the cafeteria. So once again, we have our Food Ed Hub. I would be happy to talk to people about this with lots of resources. We have, and I'd be happy to talk to people about this too, a way that schools can find the programs that are available. Maybe you have this too. And then we did a report in 2018 that was how many schools were getting these programs that were pushing into schools, and it was just over half of the schools. We now actually have a grant program that schools can apply to. In New York City, we have 1,800 schools, which is a tremendous number of schools, and we had 500 apply for this grant this year with 140 being able to get it, but that was to have them have this type of programming. But it's building it up for everyone to have this. So once again, we are what we eat, what our food eats, and how those who produce our food are treated. And just to put this quote back up again. And so now I would love to have your questions and what your ideas are of how you could increase food and nutrition education.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Pamela. That was a wonderful presentation, very inspiring. And you had such great forward-thinking ideas for us. And you also validate a lot of things we are doing as well as a program, which we always love to hear. So thank you so much. So as Pamela said, if everyone can please put any questions you have into the chat, and then I'll be happy to read those off for Pamela.
And while we're waiting for questions, I just want to give a plug again, and will share the link that can go out. And I'll share these slides. I made a couple of changes since I last sent them to you, but that you can share out with anyone in case you want to go back to anything that's here. But the In Defense of Food curriculum was developed with a National Science Foundation grant. Some of you may have heard of the book called In Defense of Food by somebody named Michael Pollan. And there was a film made about it that was shown on PBS. And basically, the National Science Foundation said a film like that would actually mostly be viewed by probably middle-aged women who already have a lot of resources to eat healthfully. So we want to create something that is a group that wouldn't be met, and it was meant to be then for middle schoolers to do the same messages. And there's lots of different resources in that curriculum, film clips from the film. So I would be happy to share that, and it may be something that you could use to augment the lessons that you already have with activities.
Wonderful. I have a question for you, Pamela. So I know that the USDA is looking at the current dietary guidelines for Americans, and the 2025, 2020, or 2030 ones will be
Yep.
coming out later next year. Do you have any internal insight into what those might be, or any changes? If you were on the committee, what recommendations would you put forth? And then just looking at the future, where do you think nutrition education is going in the future?
Okay. Well, let's start with the guidelines. I certainly don't have any large insights into what is going on. I do know that they are looking at all of that research on ultra processed foods in the 2020 to 2025 guidelines, which are the current guidelines that came out. And they usually always come out on December of the 0 and 5 years. So we would expect that they would come out in December of 2025. The committee has been meeting for months and months. And that report usually comes out early in that year. So I would expect the report to come out in early 2025. Um, I do think that they are looking at that. I think, my opinion from looking at the science is all of the studies have shown that people who eat more ultra processed foods usually have, like, in terms of what's called a risk ratio, like a 1.6 risk ratio of getting more diseases. In my opinion, that's pretty big and something that we could do something about. There is a lot of pushback, even from people in the nutrition field, of like, well, we don't understand the mechanism that's doing that. So maybe we shouldn't make any changes yet because we need to better understand it. We could do, in my opinion, we could work forever to understand that science and may not ever understand the full mechanisms, but we need to do what can be done to make people healthy. So I hope that that will be in there. If you look in the 2020 to 2025 dietary guidelines, processed foods are not mentioned anywhere as not being healthy. It will talk a few times about processed meats and processed dairy products, but very minimally. There has been a lot of debate over the years. Some of you maybe remember in 2015 about whether we should include that before the swallow that I said before into the dietary guidelines, and there was huge pushback on that. Nope, nutrition's place is only what happens to food in the body. I hope that we can move beyond that. In terms of what's going to happen, and honestly, what the changes that are going to be happening to our federal government in the next few months, you guys are probably listening to the news as much as I am. I have heard everything just to relate to school meals, from that whole program should be eliminated, it's not helping children, to we should make sure everyone can be doing fully scratch cooked, not processed foods, which would be amazing because the kitchens, we don't have, we've lost a lot of funding for kitchens to get kitchen upgrades. That's been much harder for kitchens to do, which has made them go more towards the heat and serve foods. So if that would be done, that would be it would take a huge investment. Um, I don't know. I think what we can do is push for what we know is best for kids. I personally believe that school meals have the potential to model a really great meal and a really great environment every single school day. And if we could do that, it would help students to develop healthier eating habits. But what's going to happen? I don't know. There was contrasting news on the radio that I heard this morning before coming in today that I was like, all right, I don't know.
That's great. Okay, thank you. It's good to get your opinion on that.
I'm
Another
happy for
question I
anyone
have.
to reach out to me afterwards with any questions or anything.
Great. I've got another question. Can you talk a little bit about, so I've heard of the term like palatable foods. So foods that are highly processed that have the sodium, the added sugar, the fats. When you combine all that together, it becomes slightly addictive. Can you talk about how our students or staff can kind of work against that, and how can they change their taste buds to appreciate more whole foods?
So, yeah, and basically just to say what hyper palatable is having ingredients that trigger everything in our brain. There's an author, I think I have his books right here, Michael Moss, who wrote, oh, here's one of them. There's another one called Hooked. This is his first book, which is also really good. I would recommend this, and if you can have like the English teacher maybe read this, or the newer one that is called Hooked. but there's a couple of stories in here that I just want to share. One is the soda Dr. Pepper. They wanted to develop a new flavor. They literally tried like, and I think it was like vanilla cherry or something. They literally tried 140 variations of different flavorings and went with the one that the most people said, "Oh my God, I need to keep drinking this." And that's what is done with all of these foods. Michael Moss also made a video that's about Doritos, the one that's like at Taco Bell, that's the Doritos. And it's basically like psychologically, it makes our brain say, ding, 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 eat more, but then we forget it really quickly. And so then we just keep wanting more. So understanding that that's how the foods are created, that it's not us that are have little willpower, it's the way the foods are created. I do think that that video that I said, which was the UK doctor, I think he's very funny. You guys could watch it and see if you think it would work for your middle school students. But the very ending where it does show that what happened in his brain is pretty shocking. Um, so I think if they can understand that, if there are, like if you have any students that like are a few years older that change their eating and you happen to know that, and they can come back in and say, here's what I did as middle school. By the way, one of the things that the middle schoolers said, I'm sorry, I'm jumping around, but in that choice, control, and change is, I wish we had learned this younger because we're already too addicted to all these foods. So, I think just having them have those experiences, having them get to cook and eat together, learn about each other's cultures, I do think can go so far in changing those experiences and seeing it as a system problem, not as like an individual failing or guilt.
Wonderful. Okay,
So
great.
why
Thank
isn't
you so
it, somebody
much.
just asked, why isn't it illegal? Food industry has a lot of power. That's the easiest answer. Um, and it's much more complicated than that, but it's really hard to get these ingredients unless they are making people sick the day after they eat them. It's really hard to show the long-term implications and have them not be able to be used because of that, unfortunately.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pamela. This was such a great presentation. I love you talking about building confidence and inspiring our students. So this was such a great reminder for all of us in the work that we do. So thank you again. I know you're very busy at Columbia, so thank you for taking the time. We really appreciate you being here today.
You are really welcome.
Thank you so much. Okay, for everyone else, we're gonna probably take a 2-minute break. I know some people have been online with us since 9 o'clock. So we're gonna take a couple-minute break and then we'll be moving to our next presentation in just a few minutes. So if you are joining us for our 10:20 session, we will be coming back together in just a few minutes. If in the meantime, you can put your name, your first and last name on your Zoom box, as well as your school name, that would be great. That helps us take attendance for the sketchies, and then we can connect who you are by seeing you as well as connecting your name to who you registered with. That would be great. So we'll take a 2-minute break. Feel free to use the restroom, grab a drink, and we'll be back very soon. Thank you.
For anybody wondering how to change their name in um on here, if you haven't been able to, if you go to participants and then hover over your name and click on more, there's an option there to rename. I know there was somebody with that question in the chat box earlier. So if anybody's having trouble changing their name, that's how you do it. Just go to participants, hover over your name, click on more, and then you can rename yourself.
Hi, hello everybody. We are going to get started again. So just a friendly reminder to please turn your cameras on and put your first and last name on your Zoom box as well as your school name so we can provide continuing education credits. So my name is Grace James and I'm a wellness coordinator with Project Healthy Schools. I have the pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Alfredo Hernandez. Alfredo will be presenting on cultural competency in the school setting. Alfredo is the current DEI director of the Michigan Department of Civil Rights. He came to MDCR with a deep knowledge and understanding of racial equity. He previously served as the program director for the Lakeshore Ethnic Diversity Alliance, located in Holland, Michigan, which led him to develop and present training programs and consulting strategies to thousands of participants across the state and nationally. In 2016, Alfredo was part of the W.K. Kellogg Foundation-led National Economy Team, Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Enterprise, a multi-year national and community-based effort to engage multiple sectors across the United States in racial healing and addressing present-day inequities. He holds a Master's of Arts in Comparative Religion from Western Michigan University and a bachelor's degree in Liberal Arts from Grand Valley State University. During the session, please feel free to add comments and reactions into the chat box, but please hold off on adding questions until the very end of the presentation. We will hold a Q&A session at the conclusion of the presentation, and we'll ask for your questions at that time. But without further ado, please join me in welcoming Alfredo to our PHS Wellness Champion Gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with you today. Thank you for inviting me to this space and for asking me to do a brief presentation. I'll go ahead and try to share my screen. Please give me a thumbs up or something when you do see it. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jacob. All right. So we'll do, let's go with the slides. All right. Perfect. Every time I've done this plenty of times and it's like, is it going to work this time? So, all right. So today we will talk a little bit about the importance of cultural competency in school settings, just educational settings of all shapes and forms. Briefly, my name is Alfredo Hernandez Corsen. I serve as the DEI director for the Department of Civil Rights. I've been in this position for 7 years. The Department of Civil Rights was the first state agency to establish an equity office back in 2018. In 2019, Governor Whitmer mandated equity offices across every state department. In 2024, we have equity offices in every state department. We also have equity and inclusion officers in every state department. We have Chief Equity and Inclusion Officer in the governor's office, and there is tremendous amount of collaboration in relation to DEI projects to raise awareness, increase cultural competency, and help us all think a little bit more about the work. So what I hope to talk a little bit about today is to think a little bit more about what is cultural competency, to briefly talk about what is implicit bias, to think about the impact of implicit bias with a little bit of a flavor in the school setting, if you will, and also strategies that we could use to end and mitigate implicit bias. Perhaps end is not the appropriate word, but mitigate, decrease our strategies that we could sort of investigate and assess and incorporate into our practices to ensure that we're actively thinking about this in efforts to, again, decrease any unintended impact. So cultural competency, just briefly, please do know that a lot of what I'm talking about here are generally hours of seminars that we provide through the department in terms of training solutions. And what I mean by hours, a lot of this work is projects that generally take a year or two. They include pre and post assessments, many hours of coaching, and sort of understanding in deeper ways this work. Briefly, though, In terms of cultural competency, we can understand it, define it as our capability to shift and adapt to cultural differences and similarities. There is a tool known as a globally recognized tool known as the Intercultural Development Inventory. And this is a tool that is used to measure, monitor, and evaluate cultural competency and its growth in terms of pre-post assessments and a process that happens in between those assessments. What we know from this work is that the majority of us are in the space of minimization. What that means is that we are generally experts at minimizing difference. What that also means is that we're not very good at understanding how to embrace and navigate the complexities of diversity. Navigating and embracing diversity requires a higher level of cultural competency, if you will. Minimizing difference is often, again, the easiest path. 70% of folks who take this assessment are in that space of minimization. So it is important for us to recognize a couple of things here. Minimizing difference has tons of unintended outcomes, unintended consequences. When we set differences aside for the greater good, if you will, generally what we end up doing is preserving the status quo, not having opportunities for meaningful engagement across difference and expanding on that understanding. But also we perhaps unintentionally continue to marginalize groups that have already been historically and culturally marginalized. So it is important for us to understand in this realm of increasing cultural competency that minimizing difference has uh, unintended outcomes, and only by us understanding how that happens and how we can strategically uh, begin to embrace difference in effective ways, could we do this work. Often, we find many folks who are highly educated, who perhaps have master's degrees and PhDs, and we may make the assumption that with a high level of education, we're also culturally competent. That is a mistake to make. That is an erroneous assumption. Yes, there are times in which increasing our education, depending on what is exactly that we're spending most of our time studying, we will increase our cultural competency. There are times also in which perhaps other practices, traveling, etc., could also possibly increase our cultural competency. But none of those things actually increase them unless we're intentional and thinking about it. Most of the time, there are opportunities in which randomly we may encounter an experience that opens up our eyes. With that said, cultural competency, increasing our capacity and our ability to shift and adapt to differences primarily comes through very intentional work. And again, it is a journey that we could talk more extensively in future settings, but I just wanted to briefly highlight that we're all in different stages of cultural competency, and that independently of our social cultural background, we have work to do, and this is one of the tools that we use to be able to collaborate with folks in this journey. So implicit bias. But if we think about implicit bias, right? And I believe that perhaps we already have some slides related to this presentation. Perhaps we don't. But implicit bias, one of the definitions that we have is attitudes, stereotypes that affect our understanding and decisions in an unconscious manner. That's one definition. There are multiple versions of sort of the same meaning. I like to think of implicit bias as an unconscious preference Um, Sometimes folks may believe they understand what implicit bias is, but often in many settings when we ask the question, folks have struggled to just come up with a basic definition. Um, so I think a basic definition, or maybe perhaps switching words here that make it more accessible, is unconscious preferences. We all have preferences. And I think part of the work is recognizing that we have those preferences and then exploring what those preferences may be. Now, it is also important as we have this conversation that we recognize that there are words that sometimes could be or triggering in this type of work, in conversations that have to do with diversity, equity, and inclusion. There's a lot that has to be navigated ever so carefully and strategically to communicate a message where the audience remains receptive to what's being said. Uh, so, uh, so because of that reality, it is important that we always make the the topics of discussion more accessible. If implicit bias is not digestible as much, unconscious preference may be a little bit more, and we'll break that down further. It's difficult to talk about this notion of cultural competency and how to be more culturally competent and what happens if we're not and the impact of all of it if we don't talk a little bit about culture, right? So independently of whether we are people who are constantly thinking about culture or whether we are people who rarely think about it, culture shapes how we think and view the world. And since that is our reality, that culture is basically a way of life that shapes how we experience our experiences, it is important for us to give thought to uh, what what culture is and how it could be impacting us in ways that perhaps we may be completely unaware of, right? A lot of times we hear folks talk about their principles and values as if it's something that they form on their own. Um, and I think we recognize that none of us were raised on an island by ourselves. We arrived at adulthood and then decided, okay, well, based on what I've thought about all on my own, I've decided these are my principles and values, and I'm going to join society. No, it happens actually the other way. We're born into society and we're taught things, whether we want to learn them or not. We're taught those things repetitively and consistently, and we are learning something that we never meant to learn. We are learning those things. So exploring what are those things that we learn that perhaps are shaping me in ways that unconsciously I'm not quite aware of is part of the process. Uh, we know that if we ask people, do you have implicit biases? We know that most people now that we have a shared understanding of what implicit bias is, if we ask people, do you have implicit biases? Most folks are going to say yes. And they're capable of saying also, and you know what? That doesn't make me a bad person. I have work to do. Most people are able to say that. Please notice, I'm not saying everybody says that. There are people that say, I don't have a prejudiced bone in my body, I don't have biases, etc. But the majority of us are able to say, you know what? Yes, I do have some biases. And that's important. It is important that the majority of us are able to arrive at that point of recognition, because without recognizing that, there's very little that we could do after, right? If we say I have no biases, what I'm also saying is I don't have to be a part of any solution, if any, because I'm not part of the problem. So when we do recognize that we have biases, right? Now we're at that point of recognition. What happens is we generally stop there. So recognizing a problem as a problem is important. Stopping there is also a problem, right? So what it looks like differently from not stopping at the point of recognition is basically saying to yourself, how has implicit bias impact me, the work that I do, the people that I serve, my capacity to learn, my capacity to understand, that sort of work that is introspective and reflective. Often we're not doing that work. We may just stop at, yeah, I have some biases, but what are the biases that I've internalized? What do they look like? And how do they impact my decision making, my thinking? Collectively, we're not doing a whole lot of that work, and it is having an impact. In the Department of Civil Rights, obviously, we process discrimination complaints. This is discrimination is against the law based on the protected classes. And we recognize that there are multiple types of discrimination, right? When we think about discrimination, it is important for us to understand that there's overt and there's also the one that's underneath the surface, right? Overt, we see it. When it happens, we see it. And folks are, there are consequences for when folks overtly engage in discriminatory practices. Now, what we also recognize is that is not the main problem. Part of, at least based on the field of implicit bias, the main problem has to do with what's happening unconsciously, right? The things that we say we believe in and the things that we practice, sometimes there's a dissonance, there's a disconnect between those two. And we're going to explore that by briefly looking at what implicit bias is. Again, we have multiple training sessions on implicit bias 1.0, 2.0 that are multiple hours of training. This is just a brief overview of implicit bias. It's very difficult to talk about cultural competency in any kind of setting, school setting, etc., if we don't understand implicit bias or if we don't have a shared understanding of it. This is not to say that none of us here know, or that we've never heard the concept, or that perhaps we haven't participated in multiple training related to implicit bias, or that we may be an expert in it ourselves. The point is, for this particular setting, it is important that we have a shared understanding as we think about cultural competency in a school setting. What we know from implicit bias is that there are three root causes that shape how we, you know, engage in this with these biases, right? The first one is we as humans are predisposed to form us and them based on the most trivial categories, right? And I think this is just a great example, fun example. And at the same time, we recognize that those biases play out in a way that sometimes we don't even know about, right? So if I was to, if you could raise your hand and maybe just tell me why do you think folks form us and them? Why do you think folks form groups, in and out groups? What do we gravitate towards the familiar rather than the unfamiliar? Why do you think we do that? And I am doing my best to see if I see any hands come up.
It looks like some people are responding in the chat.
Okay, perfect.
So can you see that, or I can read them off to you as well?
I think I could see them. Let's see. Okay. Okay, sense of belonging, comfort and belonging to a group because the people we care about do the same, feel like we're part of something. All those things are great answers. And yes, it absolutely has to do with a sense of belonging, a sense of inclusion, right? To go a little bit deeper, why do we have a need to feel included? What does that have to do with what? If we're doing a root cause analysis and we want to get to the bottom line, why do humans need to feel included? Why do we gravitate towards that feeling, that emotion? It feels safe. It's safety, right? Okay, perfect. So we are going deeper. Let's go a little bit deeper. Why do human beings want to feel safe? What is behind all of it? What happens when we are safe? Survival. Thank you. Thank you, Nikoma. Not sure if that's how I pronounce your name. Um, it is about survival. So human beings are predisposed to form us and them, uh, primarily, fundamentally, due to this need to survive. Um, and when we step into what is unfamiliar, when we step into what is unknown, our chances of survivals, ever so unconsciously, are compromised, right? We're not aware that we're choosing or deciding or gravitating towards something because we're thinking about survival. No, often we're thinking about comfort, we're thinking about inclusion and all those things. And how does that have to do anything with survival? Well, if you think about what happens when you step into stressful situations, if you think about what happens when you are um, when your stress levels are going up, uh, your health is compromised, your survival is compromised. So all of it is interconnected. We don't have the time to provide multiple examples and to go deeper into this, but it is deeply connected to survival. That's why we as humans form in and out groups. Another aspect that shapes implicit bias is the fact that we're inundated with repetitive messaging, right? Uh, that is polarized. This happens every day through multiple venues. We have tons of examples, and again, this could be a 20-25 minute piece in which we interact with each other. We don't have that time right now, but here's just a basic example. Is an older example. We have new ones and all that, but here's one example that just points directly to it. This is a body lotion, right? And it tells us that it's for normal to darker skin. When you think about those messaging that are polarized, that are sort of creating an us versus them and all of it that we're talking about here, when you think about the formation of implicit bias, what do you think a message such as normal to darker skin may communicate to us? And feel free to drop things in the chat. Seems like that is working pretty well. And if you want to jump in, please do. What do you think this may communicate? Okay, light skin is normal. The darker skin is not normal. All right. Yeah, that's what we believe as well. We believe, and it's more than just a belief. There's plenty of science behind it. That when you think about it from a social scientific perspective, when we are normalizing things in society, we are saying this is sort of what makes sense. This is what is socially accepted. And things that are outside of the norm are generally experiencing challenges and more, right? I think most of us could agree that when they put this together, they were not thinking normal to super normal or anything like that. It was something outside of the normal, outside of the norm. And it is important that we understand at least that at the most fundamental, from the most fundamental space, that when things have been normalized, they're easier for those who exist in that space. All right. And keep in mind as we do this work that there's resistance to all of this work. There are ways in which people justify and rationalize a number of things that are right there in front of you. And as we process this, part of what we need to process is what is the source of the resistance? So if we think about it again from a social psychological perspective, multiple studies tell us that there are messaging that we could receive that is repetitive and consistent that could shape how we experience our experiences, how we view ourselves, how we view others, right? So if you, for example, are born into a society where when you go to school, people look like you, your teachers. When you go to college, professors look like you. When you go to the dentist and the doctor, they look like you. When you see people in positions of decision-making power, they look like you. When you, I don't know, think of any top 500 CEOs, they look like you. Successful, famous people look like you, right? And I'm talking about repetitively and consistently across the board. This is the reality. When that is your reality, when you are part of that, you see yourself in positions of decision making and success. What we know from a social psychological perspective is that we begin to internalize an advantage. We begin to internalize privilege. Privilege is a word that may be a little bit more triggering. Again, a lot of this work has to be very strategic to not trigger resistance to our capacity to listen. Advantage is a word that may be a bit more tolerated, if you will. So we internalize this advantage, this social advantage, that we're part of something that means something. If you flip it around, and now when you go to school, you don't see yourself in your teachers or professors in college. When you go to the dentist and the doctor, they don't look like you. When you buy a magazine and the cover doesn't look like you, anyone. Uh, People in positions of decision making that they don't look like you. Um, Again, yes, there are exceptions to everything that we talk about. We're not focusing on the exceptions. We're talking about the cultural, historical, repetitive, and consistent messaging that is out there. People don't look like you. Not only do they not look like you, often when they do look like you, there may be negative associations attached to those groups that are also deeply rooted in implicit bias. What we recognize from that reality, that social condition, that lived experiences, is that people begin to internalize a message that is oppressive. And it sort of is experienced as a disadvantageous space, right? Socially. So again, these are all sort of how we are shaped by this repetitive, consistent messaging. And as we continue our exploration of implicit bias, our brain, so we are impacted by polarized messaging. We form us and them based on things that we just talked about. And then we have a brain that likes to follow scripts, right? And those scripts are followed uh, randomly, right? So we have tons of experiential learning activities that we do. We don't have the time to do that now, but just an example of one, right? If I ask the question, if there are 3 apples and you take away 2, how many do you have? Generally, people say 1, even though the answer is 2. And the reason why people say 1 to this question is because their brain is automatically going on autopilot. If there are 3 apples and you take away 2, in school, we spend a whole lot of time. 3, take away something. 3, take away something. Just number, take away something. And we, through that process of conditioning, our brain doesn't have to process the information anymore. It just has the answer for us automatically. The fact is that automatic response is not always correct. Um, and it is important that we sort of process and assess what are the ways and the messaging, repetitive and consistent messaging that we have internalized that is perhaps leading us to have automatic responses that are not exactly matching with our principles and values, right? Um, again, I wish I had more time to drive this point further with one activity after the other in which we could all participate and we could all share the wrong answer, or the majority of us share the wrong answer, to sort of experience that a little bit further. Again, the purpose of the presentation is to briefly touch on implicit bias, to give us a little bit of a sense of what it is as we think about cultural competency and what it means and why it's important, right? Because we know mathematically, if we add this thing, the fact that we're hardwired to form biases, the fact that we are impacted by polarizing messaging, us, them, that's not me, we don't do this, good people do this, bad people do that, all those things that we're polarized. And then we have a brain that follows scripts. Um, what we know is that this shapes unconscious bias, unconscious behavior, and that disconnect, that dissonance between how we see ourselves and how we actually may be practicing something. It always reminds me of this concept, or these concepts in cultural anthropology that talk about real culture, ideal culture, and real culture, right? Ideal culture is what people say they believe in. Uh, you know, if you ask folks, do they believe in fairness and social justice? I would say most people are going to say yes. That's just the reality. Um, Yet there's plenty of social injustice and unfairness, right? And where is it coming from? So it is important that we recognize, at least, from this concept of ideal culture, real culture, that there's a disconnect between ideal culture, what people say they believe in, and real culture, which is actual practice and behavior. An implicit bias is often a way in which we could understand that disconnect. We don't have all the time to go through this, but there are multiple ways in which biases manifest themselves, right? They could create invisibility. I just talked about internalized disadvantage or oppression, right? Part of it is invisibility. It's not just negative association with your particular group that are repetitive and consistent. It's also the fact that you're not visible. That has an impact. Stereotyping folks, that's a form of bias. Getting the story just a one-sided, one perspective, without critical thinking and reflection and introspection. Cosmetic bias, we may not have diversity in our space, but the one person, it's in the cover of the magazine for the school, etc. Um, we could distort reality by just skipping important historical facts that we perhaps don't want to talk about. Uh, there's fragmenting when folks are, of a group, are physically or visually isolated, and linguistic bias. I think when we think about language, it does play a key role in how it shapes our experiences. And it's something that not only can we manipulate language to an extent to make a point, if folks are not critically thinking, they may not be able to deconstruct the message and sort of analyze it. But we also know that the more languages we speak, the more we're able to understand how culture has shaped that language and how that language continues to shape the culture. So one of the things that I think it's important for us to think about when we think about the impact of everything that we're talking about, right? The internalizing messages that shape us in ways that we don't even know about, is this idea of stereotype threat, right? Is this idea that there's an expectation or a fear that a person is going to be judged on the basis of a negative stereotype about their particular social identity or group membership, rather than what they do, right? So we all have learned things we never meant to learn. We all have received and have listened to the same sort of music, if you will, in terms of thinking about that message that tells us people like this do this stuff, and people like that do this stuff, and that group does this, and this group doesn't do that, right? We all sort of have heard those messages. Uh, and people who belong to the group uh, that messaging are being said about have heard those messages. And sometimes people from within that group begin to internalize the message that could be oppressive in nature. It's known as internalized oppression, right? We begin to doubt ourselves. With there's the imposter syndrome. What am I doing here teaching anyone anything? I don't see people who look like me teaching anything. So what am I doing here, right? So stereotype threat is deeply embedded in all those experiences. How do I overcome this? You know what? What I'm going to do is I'm going to behave in this particular way so that folks don't immediately stereotype me, and maybe they give me the benefit of the doubt, right? That's how stereotype threat works. And what we know is that there are multiple ways in which could be measured, right? We know that perhaps women underperform in tests of math and science. We know that Black and Latino students perhaps may underperform in school and on tests. We know from data that we see disparities, right? What we also know from data is that it has nothing to do with intelligence as we know it. Is really not connected to a lack of desire to perform or a lack of interest. What is really connected about is social messaging and lived experiences and systemic conditions that are impacting people's capacity to perform at their best. One basic example of how this could be triggered is, there are multiple examples, but asking the gender of a person before a test could impact, um, uh, could have a difference in outcomes of the testing based on gender. Just asking the gender. Um, and generally, what we see is that the group that has been historically and culturally marginalized experiences that disadvantage, right? If you don't ask the gender, the score is different. Uh, Also, there are multiple ways in which studies have been done. If you're the only woman walking into an AP calculus test, a room full of men, just by being the only woman in there, uh, it's going to potentially impact your score. So assessing that sort of emotional stability and capacity and understanding how emotions impair our capacity to think is part of the process. Unfortunately, many times is perceived as a lack of interest, just not as intelligent, etc. So we know from a lot of the studies that impairment does occur in testing. We know that impairment on tests, as I mentioned before, is caused by emotional experiences, right? Anxiety, um, and and that this has a physiological impact on our body, right? So, uh, in the same ways as a lot of this is studied, we know that, for example, stereotype threat is much more likely to impact African Americans than immigrant Black students. If I was to ask you, why do you think that is? What would your answer be? Again, this is, if you like the research, we're happy to share more about it. But based on this extensive research on stereotype threat, and much of the work that has been done in the field, we know, for example, that African Americans are more than likely to experience stereotype threat than immigrant Black students. Why do you think that may be? Again, stereotype threat is I've learned to understand how society sees me. I have internalized those messaging, and they are either impacting me in positive or negative ways. I don't see any responses. What we know from the field of research is that immigrant Black students have not had enough time to internalize the messaging about themselves being Black in the United States. It generally takes a generation, about 20 years, for people to understand fully, to have a good grasp of how they're viewed in society, uh, and how they will navigate the complexities of occupying the space in that society. And again, please do know that when we talk about this stuff, none of it is about you or someone else that you know, right? None of it is saying you are believing in this, you practice this. No, the practice does exist, and it is prevalent, and we need to sort of understand how it impacts us. That's part of the role. All right, so when we think about stereotype threat, when we think about students, when we think about the fact that often they may belong to groups that have been historically and culturally marginalized, when we think about the fact that we're experts at minimizing difference and we simply behave as if we're all the same when we're very different, we don't talk about it. And we assume that by not talking about it, problems will go away. We assume that that inclusion will happen because we have diversity. All those things. What we often end up doing unintentionally is increasing our capacity and opportunities to reject one another, but also to experience experiences that are either oppressive or advantageous, depending on the spaces that we're occupying, right? And to stay in those spaces, sort of without much reflection, right? But the social factors impair performance. If we're lacking sort of belongingness, right? That impacts our performance. If our safety is threatened, that impacts our performance. The experience of rejection, the experience of feeling rejected, are very similar to the experience of physical pain. Many parts of the brain activate in the same spaces, right? When somebody steps on your toe, you could be the most brilliant mind ever working on whatever project that you're the most amazing at. When someone steps on your toe really hard, your capacity to think has been impaired. Your capacity to perform in a particular project has been impaired. When we experience rejection, when we experience an environment where we don't feel like we belong, we experience impairment. And it's important for us to sort of continue to explore that as we do the work that we do in the ways that we know it. So part of all of it also includes microaggressions, right? We're talking about many of the different ways in which unconscious biases have unintended outcomes or shape unintended outcomes. Microaggressions is another one. Is their everyday verbal, nonverbal uh, uh, insults that people sort of share intentionally or unintentionally, but they communicate hostility, and they're negative in nature. Um, Even the ones that we may perceive as positive, right? Like a microaggression would be Asians are good at math. Okay, well, we know that that's a microaggression because even though not only some folks may say, well, what's wrong with that? They're good at math. Well, some of them are, not all of them are. What happens if I'm a nation who is not good at math? Then I'm not even able to perform with that reality that apparently is true. So microaggressions have tons of unintended consequences. Um, I like to share a brief video here. I think we're doing a little bit good in time. Let me make sure I haven't missed anything on the chat question or anything. Professor from Colombia, I think we just had one. Not sure if Dr. Su's still there, but he does talk about microaggressions. Let me see if I could share a little bit of the video here.
So tell me just what exclusion, superiority, inferiority, and they come out in ways that are outside the level of conscious awareness. Say, I was born in and the persistence
I'm sorry, folks. Someone said they're not able to hear it, so let me just make sure. Sometimes when you share, I forgot to click on the audio part. Okay, share sound. My apologies. Here we go. Okay.
inclusion, exclusion, superiority, inferiority, and they come out in ways that are outside the level of conscious awareness of an individual. When I'm asked, where were you born? And I say, I was born in Portland, Oregon. And they persist by saying, no, 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 where were you really born? And I'll say, Portland, Oregon? And they'll say, no, what country were you born in? And I'll say, the United States. They get very embarrassed. Now, this is an example that they are intending to make a personal connection. But the hidden communication, the true worldview, is that I am a perpetual alien or foreigner in my country. I am not a true American, because true Americans only look the following way. And that's what generates these behaviors that are microaggressions.
But you describe it as unintentional, and yet we've seen at the University of Missouri very blatant examples of racism.
You're right about that. Microaggressions vary from being conscious, deliberate, intentional, from old-fashioned racism and bias statements to the unintended consequences. And our studies do indicate that it's the hidden, unintentional forms of bias that are most damaging to people of color. And that, like at the University of Missouri, where you have people being called racial epithets or behaviors that are going on, it actually is only the tip of the iceberg. The reason why I believe students of color, faculty of color, are reacting in such a major way is that they are experiencing a climate that is hostile, that is full of microaggressions. These hate incidents on campus are triggering off this discontent, pain, and feeling of being silenced.
But there are critics of your studies and the notion even of microaggression, which they say have morphed from 1970, when it was unintentional, to now everything that happens, and that people are just being overly sensitive. They say if you coddle these students on campus, how does that prepare them to live in the real world?
You know, the problem is that people believe microaggressions are very similar to the everyday incivility and rudeness that individuals, white Americans, experience in their day-to-day lives. They are quite different. Microaggressions for people of color are constant, continual, and cumulative. They occur to people of color from the moment of birth to when they die. And as a result, any one microaggression in isolation may represent the feather that breaks the camel's back. And people who don't see the lived experience of people of color and the daily onslaught that they experience tend not to believe that it's a major event.
You know, there's another criticism because this has been called, some of the things that people are called, now they say the N-word and other things like that, is hate speech, and that it's protected by the First Amendment. So isn't that okay,
I
given
know.
given that kind of reasoning?
And I think that people who say that we are preventing individuals from free speech don't realize, ironically, that it is people of color that historically have not been able to express themselves openly or freely without punitive actions being directed at them. And so there has to be this balance, but at the same time, an understanding that there are limits to free speech when it harms and hurts people.
All right, for the sake of time, we're gonna stop there. I'm going to go back to our presentation. If I'm lucky enough to find it, maybe here. All right, and feel free to, pitch in the chat any of your comments or thoughts. I am going to try to go to the next slide. Okay, so as we wrap this up, I believe I have 5 more minutes. It is important for us to understand that diversity means difference, and inclusion is the incorporation of that difference, the integration of that difference in meaningful and culturally competent ways. It is important for us to understand that diversity, that inclusion is not a natural consequence of diversity, and that diversity, when left unattended, when we don't talk about diversity, but there is, when we don't talk about difference, when we don't equip ourselves to understand how to navigate difference and its complexity, when we just simply leave it alone, what we know from research is that it actually increases the opportunities for people to reject each other. So, inclusion, not a natural consequence of diversity. Diversity is difference, and it is important for us to understand how do we embrace and effectively um, occupy that space of difference in meaningful ways. We know that asking folks who is a sexist or a racist is not the solution for anything. It is important to focus on root causes. What are what do indicators of social well-being tell us, and what's causing disparities, right? Let's focus less on our good intentions. We're all good people with good intentions. There are tons of unintended outcomes. How do we minimize those? Um, Making folks feel guilty about anything does not help them to become proactively engaged in being a part of the solution. So let's empower people with a sense of responsibility to understand. We have learned some things we never meant to learn. Those things are true. And we have a social responsibility to unlearn them. We are all able to break our biases. First, we have to acknowledge them, construct new mental associations. It's like breaking a habit, right? It's going to require attention, intentionality, and time. Uh, Part of that process requires that we cultivate awareness of our own biases, right? Again, starting from that fundamental space. What are my biases, right? What do they tell me? And how do I begin to process that so that I experience my experiences differently in the world? And so that I'm experienced differently as well. Developing cross-group friendships is important across gender, race, sexual orientation. This is not, the Michigan Department of Civil Rights enforces the law, anti-discriminatory law based on the protected classes. We are talking about race, skin color, gender, and all the different pieces that shape those protected classes. And cross-group friendships across all those different groups will help us to increase our cultural competency. It needs to be meaningful cultural exposure, right? And we could talk about that more extensively. Implicit association test put together by Harvard. Many of us are familiar with it. It's just a tool that could help us measure implicit bias. Expanding the educational curricula is important. Who what are the books that we're reading? Who are we learning from? And how are all of our learning teaching us also to understand diversity in its multiple forms? Encounter stereotypic training. It's another strategy. You know, it's something as simple as listening to I don't know, African American women scientists talking about something related to NASA, right? It's just simple ways in which we step outside of what we normally see every day, repetitively and consistently, and we begin to sort of digest some of that information from folks who are often not represented in all areas. So that was the presentation for today. I think we have a few minutes, couple, maybe one, open to any question. And thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of your discussion.
Yes, thank you so much, Alfredo. Your presentation was very informative. I know we could have spent a lot more time talking about it, but very appreciative for the time given. So at this time, if anybody would like to ask some questions, please just enter them into the chat. I can start us off with a quick question. So I think something unique about this generation of students and working with schools is that they are so very exposed to social media, and a lot of that messaging can be extreme and lead to implicit bias. So, what are some advice or messages that you could provide to us, as well as teachers and administrators, of something we could say or do to develop a sense of media literacy in students, as well as making sure they're fully understanding what they're consuming if it is something that is on the more extreme side? You're muted.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I'm not sure I have the exact best answer. The first thought that comes to mind is one of the things that we always like to do. I like to do when I taught at the college, but also I do in workshops I facilitate, uh, and something that I appreciated tremendously as a student is an environment that promoted critical thinking and reflection. Right. So, can we have conversations about information? How do we assess the quality of the information that we are consuming? Are there strategies in which we could actually assess for its accuracy, right? And having discussions about assessing the quality of information is important because the reality is there is such a thing as facts, and we need to understand how we determine or understand the difference between facts and opinions, um, and sort of having that capacity to critically assess that. I think that's incredibly important, and I'm not sure that that we spend enough time in that space of critical thinking and reflection. That's my answer.
Thank you. Okay, well, if there's no questions, thank you everyone for the great discussion. And again, thank you, Alfredo, for your presentation. Like I said, I'm sure we could have spent a lot more time talking about such an important subject. So at this time, we would like to dismiss everyone for lunch. Our next session, Sleep Hygiene, Your Path to Quality Sleep, will begin promptly at noon. So we look forward to seeing you then. Have a wonderful lunch break and take time to fuel yourself, move around, and do what you need to refresh and reset.
Yep, and your video.
Yeah, welcome back. One second. Welcome back. Hope everybody had a good little lunch break. Just a reminder before we start our next session, as please turn your cameras on. Put your first and last name on your profile so that we can keep track of attendance for sketchies. Thank you very much. So my name is Jacob Robidoux. I'm a wellness coordinator here at Project Healthy Schools. And I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker, Wendy Dolan. Wendy will be presenting on sleep hygiene, our path to quality sleep. Wendy is a dedicated wellness coordinator for MHealthy at the University of Michigan and an exercise physiologist at Michigan Medicine Non-Pharma Program at the Back and Pain Center. Since 2000, she has been teaching yoga and meditation, passionately committing her career to empowering individuals to achieve their healthy lifestyle goals despite various barriers. Wendy emphasizes individuals to achieve their Wendy emphasizes the importance of the mind-body energy connection, helping others uncover their innate healing abilities and fostering a holistic approach to wellness. During the session, please feel free to comment with reactions into the chat box, but please hold off on adding questions until the very end of the presentation. We will hold a Q&A session at the conclusion of the presentation and we'll ask for your questions at that time. Please join me in welcoming Wendy to our PHS Wellness Champ Gathering.
Thank you so much for having me. I would like to share my screen. Do I have share rights here? I do. Yes, no? Okay. Okay. So thank you so much for having me. I hope everyone's morning has gone well, off to a good start. We are going to talk about sleep. So we'll have an opportunity to actually do a little bit of meditation. So you may even get a little nap time in here. But I always feel like, the sleep is wasted, not wasted, but we see these little babies just sleep so calmly, and we don't have that as we age. We have all kinds of issues going on in regards to our sleep. And that's one of the things that I talk in regards to my patients. And that is the first thing we have to talk about is sleep. If we're not getting sleep, everything kind of else really is affected by our sleep. So hopefully you'll get some tips for yourself as well as some tips for your students. So why focus on sleep? Nobody's sleeping. CDC says about 58% of middle school students don't get enough sleep on school nights. Nearly 12% of middle school students sleep fewer than 6 hours a night. And the prevalence of a short sleep is lowest among students in grade 8. And this is based on the Youth Risk Behavior Surveys. Just so you know, too, and at the University of Michigan, we also look at our chronic issues, and our highest issue within the entire university is sleep, too. So no surprise, no one's sleeping. So I'm going to just give you a couple of definitions of chronobiology is the behavior and physiology that everything behaves rhythmically. It is a biological timing or rhythms of our life, the internal clocks that control when you wake up, eat, digest your food, and perform nearly every function that an organism is to perform. So we are going to address some of these things, our internal clocks, eating, digestion, etc., throughout this presentation. One of my favorite quotes about in the internal clock is evolution has installed in us a powerful internal clock programmed to anticipate physiological events based on a battery of entrapment cues, including light, temperature, food, and physical activity. Unfortunately, the infrastructure of today's society and our lifestyle choices have thrown a wrench into our biological clockwork. Circadian Metabolism in the Light of Evolution. And this quote is by Zachary Gerhardt Hines. And it really kind of encapsulates everything that is involved in sleep. There's a lot of things that have to come into effect to have a good night's sleep, good quality sleep, and there's things that we can actually do to support that. So going through the stages of sleep, just so you understand as we start to talk about light, circadian rhythms, metabolism, etc. But we have 4 stages of sleep, which you may be familiar with, and I'll just kind of review those. And stage 1 is the lightest and briefest stage of sleep, lasting about 1 to 7 minutes. Stage 2 lasts about 10 to 25 minutes, where the muscles relax, body functions begin to slow, and yet we're still in a pretty light stage of sleep. And then finally, we get into a deeper stage of sleep at stage 3, where it's a restorative stage of sleep lasting about 20 to 40 minutes. And at this stage, it can be difficult to wake up. And so we'll talk about naps too, and this stage later in the presentation. And then stage 4, which you may be familiar with, is that rapid eye movement or REM sleep, where the body's muscles are temporarily paralyzed. The eyes move quickly under closed eyelids. And so if you've ever watched your kids sleep, it's kind of weird, right? To watch that rapid eye movement, you can kind of see the eyes move back and forth. And this is where dreaming takes place, in that REM sleep. So many things happen when we sleep throughout today: our cortisol levels, our attention, our melatonin level, and our body temperature. So one of the kind of times I want to point out is right kind of before that 6 o'clock time, about 3 to 4 o'clock, is you'll see a big shift. And that's where a lot of people really struggle to stay awake. You know, our energy gets lower. We may go for a nap, which we'll talk about, and that might be a good time to do that. But you'll notice that our cortisol levels drop, our attention drops, our melatonin starts to increase. And melatonin is what scientists refer to as our sleep hormone. And body temperature starts to drop as well. So you can see it's kind of a crazy pattern that we have going throughout the day in regards to our cortisol levels, which is referred to a lot of times as our stress hormone, our attention, our melatonin, and our body temperature. The other thing I wanted to point out is light, and we'll talk about some simple things that you can do to support getting natural and normal light, if you will, into the eyes. And so, as you can see with the first slide in regards to daylight, you can see that we have kind of this normal curve, right? A little bit of a curve in daylight getting in to the eye. Sunlight, obviously, you can see that we have a decrease of blue light and an increase of red light. And we'll talk about that in a little bit as well. And then we have all the crazy lights that we are under a lot of, including the Zoom meeting, right? We have LED, we have incandescent, we have warm fluorescent, and we have cool fluorescent lighting. And so with this lighting, it kind of messes up our circadian rhythms, because our body doesn't really know how to interpret this kind of strange light pattern that we are feeding our eyes throughout the day. So there's some simple things that we can do to support this natural daylight and sunlight kind of effect in our eyes. So let's start with light. And to optimize light, the first thing I tell people to do is get natural light into the eyes when you wake up. Now, the first question I get is, we live in Michigan, we don't see the sunshine, and it doesn't really matter. Even on a cloudy day, you're going to get that natural sunlight. So I challenge people. A lot of people are like, well, you know, I really can't get outside. I live in an apartment, it's hard. So even opening up a window and trying to get that natural light in the eyes when you wake up is really important. if you have the opportunity, if you have, are walking to work, or you are having a little opportunity to even get in your car and look in the sky for a minute or two to set your circadian rhythms before you get into your workstation or school or wherever you are. And then for those kids too, right, who maybe don't even think about it, I would challenge you, if you are one of those teachers that have your first or second hour classes, is yeah, take your students to a window so that they can look out, and I don't know if you have the opportunity to open windows, probably not, but if you have the opportunity to get some natural light into your students' eyes in the morning, that's a wonderful gift that you can give them. So, circadian rhythm, so light sensitive cells in the eyes regulate the body's natural sleep wake cycle. So, that's why we want to focus on that natural light. It also affects our eye development. So, natural light helps with eye development in children and young adults. And if we spend too much time indoors, the eyes unfortunately grow improperly too. So that's really important to support our children getting that natural light. Visual acuity, natural light can help people see more clearly without straining their eyes. So that's important as well. And continuing on with light, we also, you may know that we get that vitamin D exposure to sunlight, helps produce that vitamin D. And we are also, just a kind of a little sidebar, now we're kind of getting those vitamin D supplements. And I know a lot of you know that the vitamin D3 is the appropriate vitamin to do. And we want to make sure that that combines with potassium. So if you can get a D3K2 combination, that's going to be your best bet. Or have that vitamin D with a glass of milk. Mood, natural light can improve mood, which can increase productivity and creativity. We know that our kids, right, are a lot of them dealing with anxiety, stress, etc. So if we can regulate that mood with that light, that is going to be a good thing. You probably have heard blue light. There's some controversy on blue light and what it actually does. And they're thinking it's not only blue light. There's going to be more research coming out on other things besides the blue light. So I'm still supporting that blue light. Unfortunately, as you saw during sunset, we want that blue light to go down and red light to increase. And unfortunately, when we have our phones, when we have our computers, when we have televisions coming into our eyes at nighttime, that light, that is a lot of blue light. And so that can mess up our circadian rhythms. So some of the simple things that you can do is, many of you already know, is shifting to that night shift on your settings, wearing blue light glasses. So you can get those pretty inexpensive on Amazon. And my challenge is just to remove it, right? A couple hours before bedtime is kind of the easiest thing to do, is remove your phone from your bedroom. And a lot of people say, well, I use my phone as a clock and that type of thing. But even if you can move it a little further away, even from your nightstand, that's going to be good, so that you're not, getting into the habit of looking at that phone during the night. That is going to mess up their circadian rhythms. And so what I challenge people to do, even, as teachers, is to remove the phone from the bedroom, right? Because we know that is the phone can be a little addicting. You find yourself checking, and then, oh, I'm just going to check the time, and oh, I see some message coming up, or oh, I'm thinking about this. So that is not going to support good sleep. So maybe you want to do some type of fun challenge with your students, and maybe want to join in on that challenge of removing that phone, as well as trying not to watch television, at least in a couple hours before bed, so that you may be winding down with some soft music, or reading a old-fashioned paperback book, those types of things, giving yourself ample time to make sure that you are supporting your eyes to the best of your ability. So the next fun thing we're talking about is temperature. And according to most sleep experts, the best temperature is between 60 and 67 degrees. Now, I know my favorite temperature is about 62. So I fall in that range. Some people like it cooler. I have a couple family members that like it like 58. And then I have some people who are like, oh my gosh, that's just way too cold. They like their temperature at 70. But just making sure that it's, just in that range, maybe shy, couple up a little down from that, that's fine. But if you're, really getting into some warm temperatures, it's going to be hard for you to get that quality of sleep because that natural cooling process of your body is important to sleep, and it kind of your body goes through a natural cooling process during that time. And so you may notice that initially you may get into bed and you may be a little cold, right? And your feet are cold. But then what happens is obviously that blood's going to start to move to the extremities, to the legs, to the hands, etc. And you're going to say, oh gosh, my feet are warm now. So you take off the socks, right? And maybe take off some blankets as you sleep. So the sleep stages, maintaining a cooler temperature can support deeper sleep, including REM sleep, which is important for memory consolidation. So that's another reason why you want to have a cooler environment. Um, so memory consolidation is very important, obviously, with ourselves as well as with our kids that we come across each day. They have so much information going on and information overload with everything that we are giving them as well as what they see out in the world. And so really, really essential that they can kind of make sense of all of the stuff that they are um, and consuming in regards to memory in their brain so that their brain can digest it in a healthy way. While like I said, while the ideal range is between 60 and 67 degrees Fahrenheit, some people prefer a little bit warmer, some people prefer a little bit cooler, and that is fine. So now we go to nap time, which is one of my favorites. I love nap time. I actually am a big proponent of naps. My husband is just the opposite. He says if he takes a nap, he just is a little bit more groggy as he wakes up. And so there is actually science to the perfect nap. So napping you want to do between 5 and 30 minutes and between 1 and 4 p.m. So when we look back at those earlier charts in regards to melatonin in regards to temperature and attention and cortisol, we recognize that we do have a drop, right, around 3 to 4 o'clock. So that is really a good time if you can give yourself and or your students even a few minutes of head downtime. Some people are really going to benefit from that. Now, if you go past the 30-minute mark, when we talked about moving into that stage 3 of sleep, it's going to be harder for you to wake up and you might feel a little groggy. So if you can keep it in that stage 1 and 2 of sleep, so really about 20 minutes or less, that is going to be most beneficial for you in regards to increasing your alertness and energy. So during a nap, there's not enough time to go through the multiple sleep cycles and spend much, if any, time in stage 3 or REM. And this can make it easier to wake up and be refreshed. So moving on to nutrition. We want to make sure that we are not consuming our largest meal right before bedtime. Because we want to give our digestion opportunity to digest the food so that when we want to fall asleep, the energy is not going to our digestive tract, if you will, and spending that time and energy in digestion, but preparing you from sleep, moving into those cooler temperatures, etc. As well as, you can actually people have digestion issues, right, if they eat too much before bedtime, and that's no fun too if you're having to go to the bathroom a lot during the evening. What I tell people too, there's a lot of people who say, gosh, I do get super hungry before bed. And if that's the case, then try to make sure that you're eating something healthy. It could be just something small, right? A fruit, a vegetable, maybe something that is higher in fiber that's going to be easily digested. So just thinking about that as you sleep. And then avoiding stimulants, caffeine, alcohol, marijuana. We know a lot of the kids are vaping now and they're using that vape to fall asleep. But unfortunately, the dating effect of marijuana as well as other stimulants doesn't last all night. So they're going to find themselves waking up a lot during the night. So if they can not to use those types of stimulants, before bedtime, and getting in that habit of not using any of that prior to bed, they're going to have a more sound sleep. So physical activity, obviously we want to be physically active. It's good for us on a regular basis. And the Surgeon General, you probably already know, recommends that we get about 60 minutes of moderate activity most days of the week. It doesn't have to be any type of crazy exercise. It can just be simply walking, moving throughout the day. And so one of the things that we as MHealthy challenge our employees, faculty, and staff, and even you as teachers too, is making sure that we're giving our students ample time to, even if they're sitting and they're, during classes, one or two times during that hour session, getting up, doing a little bit of movement, a little bit of stretching is going to help them with their focus. But if we do really strenuous activity prior to bedtime, you may have difficulty falling asleep. I don't think there's many people that do. Maybe the students who are participating in sports, hopefully they're not, staying out too late in regards to those sporting activities. But we need time for our body temperature and heart rate to go back to normal, as well as giving that ample cooling time effect of our bodies so that we can have a more quality and sound sleep. So there are other sleep tips that we can talk about. One of them is establish a regular routine, um, making sure that you get up and go to sleep during the same times, even on the weekends. A lot of people think that they want to catch up on their sleep, and catching up on their sleep on the weekends can, help a little bit, but research shows that, you can, again, if you're sleeping in way too much, like you're sleeping into 10 or 11 or 12, or letting your kids sleep in that late, it really, again, is going to throw off their circadian rhythm. So yeah, sleeping in an extra hour is fine, but if it's 2, 3, 4, etc., again, that's going to be harder for you on that Monday to reset those circadian rhythms for good sleep. The recommendation is 7 to 9 hours of sleep. Again, give or take an hour. So if you are sleeping less than 6, there are effects of sleeping less than 6 hours. There's a lot of different things that happen, from as little as not being able to be alert throughout the day to actually having hallucinations and things happen in your brain because you haven't had ample sleep. If you are sleeping more than 10 hours, that again, unfortunately, can have a little bit of effect on you. Now, with kids, right, we can go like 10, maybe even 11. But if we're going even more than that, again, that can add to mood, depression, and those types of things, because we are not on a regular schedule and we are almost getting too much sleep. So it's really a fine science, right? And not to get too wrapped up into these ranges. Everyone, can give or take a few, hours, if you will, on the front end and back. But really, you really want to get at least 6 hours, and you really don't want to get more than 11 hours of sleep. Giving yourself ample time to wind down before going to bed is really important. And I talked a little bit about that already, and maybe you have some ideas yourself of doing certain activities, listening to soft music, maybe a relaxing craft that you like to do. Reading can help you wind down. Um, Doing some meditation, relaxation techniques, which we will talk about in a moment. Using an eye mask or blackout curtains if you have any issues with light coming in your room. Some people are very sensitive to light and they can't sleep unless it's very, very dark. Um, I am not one of those people, but I know my sisters are, and they have to have super, super dark rooms. So when I go there, I'm like, oh, can't find myself around the room because it's so dark. But they say it really helps them with their sleep. Same thing in regards to sound. You can try earplugs. I'm going to show you some resources on our website that I think are great in regards to apps and these things that we're talking about, white noise machines, and any type of background sounds that are helpful to sleep. We're going to try a relaxation technique right now, which you may be familiar with. And we use with our patients quite often, and it's progressive muscle relaxation, where we get the opportunity to contract and relax every muscle in our body and hopefully get an opportunity to have a little bit better sleep after we go through this. Now, I will show you too, there are some resources that you can look up this progressive muscle relaxation, and they're free for you to access. And what I tell people with all of these relaxation techniques, there's so many out there, and you really have to kind of shop around on, what app you like or what voice you like or what sound you like and that type of thing. So if you feel like, oh, this progressive muscle relaxation isn't for me, in a few moments, I'm going to show you some more resources for you. But on that note, let's do a little progressive muscle relaxation together right now. So I invite you to turn off your screens and find a comfortable seat. And even if you are in a situation where you want to, recline or lie down, you can do that as well. It's a little bit easier when you are reclined. But you can go ahead and turn off your videos. And some people start from the crown of the head to the feet. Some people start from the feet to the crown of the head. I'm going to start with the crown of the head. So we're going to just get started. And I'm just going to invite you to close your eyes if they're not closed already. And just notice how you're breathing in this moment. Notice if you're breathing through your nose, your mouth, your rib cage, your abdomen. And if possible, try to expand that breath for a count of 4, 5, 6. And exhale for that same count, whatever count resonates with you. Feeling your belly and your chest rise through the inhalation and contract through the exhalation. Now, starting at the crown of the head, moving down into the focus of the face and the skull, I invite you to pucker up the face, contract the muscles in the face, maybe even clench the jaw, and feel all of the tension in the face by just simply crunching all of the facial muscles. And then through the exhalation, soften the forehead, soften the jaw, soften all of the muscles that surround the skull, and literally imagine your brain resting on the bottom of your skull, softening that mind process. As you bring your focus to your neck and your shoulders, maybe draw your shoulders up towards your ears, crunching your neck and crunching the shoulders, nice and strong and tight. Just feel that contraction. And then through the exhalation, relax the shoulders, relax the neck, letting your breath move freely in and out. As we start to take the focus down into the arms, and let's tighten the arms, maybe making a bicep muscle, squeezing our hands, making fists, feeling the strength and weight of our arms. And then through the exhalation, softening the shoulder, softening the upper arm, softening the elbow, the lower arm, and just relaxing the hands, the thumb, index finger, middle finger, ring finger, and pinky. And just simply in this moment, grace the hands for all of the work that they do without conscious thought. Bringing the focus to the chest and the upper back, maybe squeezing the shoulder blades together and sticking out the chest, feeling the intercostally ribs. And then when you're ready to exhale, let the upper back soften. Let the chest soften as you feel the breath move in and out of the lungs. Taking the focus to the abdomen and the lower back, and maybe squeezing the abdomen, maybe tightening the lower back, drawing the navel into the spine. And then through the exhalation, let your abdomen soften. Let your lower back soften. Bringing the focus down into the pelvis, maybe squeezing the gluteals together, feeling the strength of the glutes. Nice and strong. And then through the exhalation, let your pelvis widen and let your gluteals soften. Bringing the focus to the legs. Maybe extending the legs, flexing the feet, contracting the quads as you lift the kneecap, feeling the strength of the quads as well as the calves, maybe even crunching up the toes. And then through the exhalation, feel the weight of the upper leg. Feel the knee joint and the lower leg. Feel the top of the foot, the bottom of the foot, and all of the toes, the big toe, middle toe, third and fourth toe, and pinky toe. And just for a moment, grace your feet for carrying, for helping, letting them carry you from one place to the other without conscious thought. And just for a moment, just feel the weight of the body, the weight of the mind, and the level of your energy in this moment. And then I invite you to slowly move the focus back into the weight of the breath as you feel your abdomen and your chest rise and fall with your breath. And let's just do a nice cleansing breath to come back as we take a nice deep inhalation through our nose. and an audible exhalation through our mouth. And then slowly open the eyes as we come back to the here and now in this moment. And I invite you, if you would like, to turn your screens back on. So thanks for participating in that. And that is just one of many things that we can do to relax our bodies. And we find a little distraction sometimes when we have the monkey mind. And so I am going to actually share our sleep webpage with you, where there's a lot of tools and resources for you. So I might just have to stop share and share again. Hold on a second. So I wanted to take you to our website, and I want to show you some of these sleep resources. And we're going to do a little sleep IQ challenge at the very end, but it is kind of hidden. So I want to show you where it is. It's under actually health conditions. So if you go to our MHealthy homepage and go under health conditions, on the bottom of that, you'll see the sleep resource here. And some of the things I like to tell people about is we have this infographic, and you actually are getting this handout. And it's just a nice reminder, even throughout the year, even though we did go through daylight savings time, a few weeks ago, this is a nice opportunity to remind yourself of just some simple things that you can do to support your sleep. Making sure that your schedule, gradually adjust your schedule when it's actually, uh, you know, uh, falling back in our sleep that we did a couple weeks ago. But even thinking about your schedule, making sure that it's a regular schedule, getting that daylight exposure, taking a nap if necessary, making sure it is a nice and short nap, not longer than 20 to 30 minutes, and upgrade your sleep hygiene. So we did talk about some of the sleep hygienes. We talked about, the lighting. We talked about the temperature. One of the other things I want to point out with the lighting is that if you think, gosh, I really do want to read a book or anything like that, one of the things you can do is buy a red or orange light bulb and put it in a lamp right by your bed. And so that will help you have that kind of natural uh, curve of light in the eyes for that evening. So one of the things I wanted to point out. The other thing too, we talked about, making sure that we don't eat a lot during the evening hours so that we don't move into a lot of digestion. The other thing, too, I want to point out is making sure that you aren't consuming a lot of water, too. You don't want to be dehydrated, right? But if you are consuming a lot of water, no surprise, surprise, you're going to be getting up and going to the bathroom a lot. You're going to be waking up because you have to use the restroom. So making sure that you think about that. So that goes along with sleep hygiene. The other thing I want to point out, and this is maybe not necessarily with students, or though it may be, but is making sure that your electrolyte balance is pretty okay. So if your electrolytes are a lot off, some people tend to wake up with cramps and that type of thing. So you may want to make sure that your magnesium, potassium, and sodium levels are at a good level. And so I know some people drink the calm juice at night, which is a magnesium kind of drink. You can do that, or eat a half a banana before bed. So those are some tricks that you can do to support your sleep. And then the other thing too is making sure that you just have a nice kind of peaceful, comfortable room, right? That is conducive to a nice, gentle sleep. So one of the things I tell people is, try not to do other things in your bedroom. So if you feel like, gosh, I am waking up a lot, um, one of the things that is really hard to do, but I've started to do because I do wake up at night, is remove yourself from the bedroom. And it's sometimes we just toss and turn and look at the clock and it's 5 o'clock, then 6 o'clock, or whatever it is. And you can kind of drive yourself crazy. So I have actually started to get out of bed and remove myself and do a little bit of reading, then go back to bed. And I can honestly say that has worked for me. So, removing yourself if you are kind of waking up a lot can be one benefit. Another benefit is journaling. Some people who have what I call monkey mind is your mind is all over the place and you're kind of running through your day. I know one of my really good friends is a journaler. She does it, and she says when she is going to bed, if her mind is all over the place, or she wakes up in the middle of the night and that thought is really on her mind, she'll just write it down and kind of close her journal. And she says that that is an effective tool for her. So on this website, I'm going to actually show you some more of that. So the other thing I wanted to talk about is melatonin. We talk about that as a natural sleep hormone. I know there's a lot of people that use, melatonin supplements at night. And my suggestion, if you are going to use any type of supplements like melatonin or even magnesium, you want to make sure that you are talking to your physician to make sure that your electrolytes maybe are low or not balanced. So, checking that out. And they can also fill you in on, melatonin because we do produce it naturally. And if we set ourselves up to the best of our ability, our body is going to produce melatonin in a natural state. But if you'd like to read that article on melatonin and get some more information there. So we do have tips for restful sleep, and I believe we covered most of those. And I'm just going to go through here to make sure I did. But this is a nice reminder for you to go back to that. We also have some information on shift work, and we have some educational webinars that you can take advantage of. You can check out that webinar. But one of the things I really wanted to show you is one of my favorites are the audio tracks. So we did go through progressive muscle relaxation already. And if you clicked on here, you'd get a free kind of led guided meditation for progressive muscle relaxation. And one of my favorites are bedtime stories to help you fall asleep. I think we waste, right, bedtime stories on young children, but as young adults, as adults, we can really benefit from just a nice, easy bedtime story. So there's Sleep With Me, Sleepy, and Nothing Much Happens, which you can check out on your own time. And then the other thing I wanted to show you are the apps to help you sleep. Some of you probably already know some of them. There's Calm, there's Headspace, Insight Timer, Slumber, 10% Happier, etc. There's also white noise apps, alarm clocks for those of you who want to challenge yourself to maybe not look at the phone all night long, time management strategies, and just like I had mentioned, some sleep journal and diary apps that you can take advantage of, and time zone adjustment. So many of these are free. There are some that start off with for free, like Calm, right? You can get the 2 weeks for free, and then some of them do have a fee. But most of these things that we tried to get up are free. But if you have the time to check some of these things out, what I would do is just do a little research and figure out what's going to support you, maybe what's going to support your students, and what you feel is going to be best for them, and check out all of those apps and audio tracks that are available to you. We do have treatment and counseling at the University of Michigan, and that is when we are really dealing with some major issues, right? And so maybe yourself or your students or even your family members are really struggling with insomnia or any type of sleep apnea. And that is obviously the time for some additional treatment from professionals. So you can check out the University of Michigan Sleep Disorders Center and get information on that if you know anybody who is struggling in regards to sleep. So at this point in time, I'm going to go back here and we're going to just do a little sleep IQ challenge. So, you are more than welcome to come off mute, to put it in the chat, and tell me if it's true or false. After all we went through, hopefully we get 100%. We'll see how we do. Your body's internal clock is regulated by light exposure. True or false? What do you think? We have a lot of truths, so I'm going to just plug in the truths. Yep, now they're coming in. So, yes, you are correct. We did talk about it, and I'll just kind of read this paragraph, if you will, on the true is special cells in the retina called ganglion cells are responsible for signaling the brain that it's daytime. Getting a dose of natural light early in the day can help normalize your circadian rhythms, which we talked about. Try to take in daylight by getting outside or opening windows, even on cloudy days. Getting a dose of natural light early in the day can help normalize your circadian rhythms, which help to control your sleep. However, light with a short wavelength, such as blue light, stimulates these ganglion cells and suppresses the production of the sleep-promoting hormone melatonin. It's best to put electronics away in the hours leading up to bedtime. Next question. True or false? Alcohol can induce drowsiness, so you have more sound sleep. What do you think? I'm getting a lot of truths again here, so we're going to go ahead and push that and see what we come up with. Ding, ding, ding. Let's see. False. Oh, I think I did that wrong. Sorry about that. Although some people may fall asleep more quickly with alcohol, it leads to waking up frequently and poor sleep quality. Even moderate alcohol, 1 drink for individuals assigned female at birth and 2 drinks for individuals assigned male at birth can disrupt sleep. Next question. Sleep is essential to allow your brain to shut down. What do you think? So we have, let's see, am I at the bottom of the screen here? We have a false, we have a true. So I am going to go ahead, and since we have a couple different answers there, sleep is essential to allow your brain to shut down, and that I'm going to say is false. So it is false. The brain can be just as active during sleep as when you're awake. Sleep is a very active time for our brains. We talked about that rapid eye movement and memory consolidation. There's a lot of metabolic activity during our rapid eye movement. It is the most active stage of sleep, and it is an active for our brain as being awake. Science believe that during REM sleep, there's intercommunication between neurons and new synapses are being created. So next question, true or false? Sleep deprivation can cause bizarre side effects. We have some trues coming in. Great. And you are right again. It's widely understood that not getting enough sleep can have a negative effect on our health. Lack of sleep has been linked to a variety of harmful effects, including difficulties with memory and thinking, as well as an increased risk of heart disease. Excessive sleep deprivation, especially staying awake for days on end, can lead to paranoia, hallucinations, memory loss, mood swings, and trouble with basic movement. So hopefully no one gets to that level. True or false? You can make up for lost sleep on the weekends. Oh, we have some falses coming in. Okay, great. Catching up on missed sleep over the weekend doesn't fully make up for the sleep lost during the week. Trying to catch up for lost sleep on the weekends only reverses some of the deficits accumulated throughout the week of sleep deprivation. Even after getting what researchers call recovery sleep, people with restricted sleep schedules perform worse on attention tests. The solution isn't trying to make up for lost sleep, but fixing the underlying sleep schedule that leads to binge sleeping. And I believe we might have, this might be the last one or two more. Caffeine doesn't affect sleep. We have a lot of falses coming through. Great. You guys are so good. False. Caffeine makes you feel awake by blocking a hormone called adenosine, as adenosine makes you feel sleepy. When coffee or tea is drunk in the morning, it can help you feel alert and ready to face the day. But if consumed closer to bedtime, it can make it harder to fall asleep. Caffeine often makes it difficult to fall asleep, and it may also contribute to lower sleep quality, says Erica Jensen, an assistant professor of nutritional epidemiology at the University of Michigan. Alcohol and caffeine consumed right before bed are probably the worst offenders. It's best to avoid both substances 4 to 6 hours prior to bedtime. And unfortunately, if you even look down a little further, coffee, tea, fizzy drinks, right, cola, contain caffeine, and even chocolate. Wow, that's a big one for me. I love my dark chocolate. Kombucha and snack bars also tend to contain the stimulant. So that is the end of the Sleep IQ Challenge, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen. So thank you so much for taking the time to answer the questions on the Sleep Challenge. I hope you had the opportunity to learn a little bit about sleep. And at this point in time, if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those. No questions? Everyone's sleeping good?
I'm sorry, I was muted that whole time, but thank you so much, Wendy. That was very informative. If you guys have any questions right now, please put them in the chat box and we'll try to answer those before we wrap up here. I know I have a couple, so we'll see if anybody else does, but so I'm not seeing any, but I'm Wendy. I have a couple. I have some young children, and we're obviously working with teachers in this. Is there any recommendations coming out about children and melatonin? Because I do have one child that it really does help him. We keep it in my, it's like a 1 milligram tab, but when he doesn't take it, then when you see that he doesn't fall asleep as easily, is there a dependence that can be developed there? Or is there something?
Yeah, that's a really,
watch
really
out
good
for?
question. Yeah. So just like anything,
think
any
you're
kind
muted
of
now.
medication, right?
Is it
We
me?
do
Oh.
build we do build up a resistance. So yes, I mean, it's not bad to do that 1 milligram. And actually you'll notice that there's some people who actually do a lot of what they call as megadosing melatonin. And there's benefits around that. But anytime that you're doing anything like that is obviously, like I had mentioned before, check with your physician, making sure that they know what's going on. The hard part, right, is once they get used to that 1 milligram, that's going to be their new homeostasis or their new um, level that they are used to, right? And so sometimes what happens is then they'll need 2, they'll need 3, they'll need 4, and they'll need 5 milligrams. And if they can get away with producing their own melatonin, that type of thing, that's obviously your best bet. And 1 milligram is not, crazy or anything. You don't have to get too hung up on it. But the hard part that new homeostasis is going to happen for most people who are on those types of things for a period of time. But if it's once in a while, and you want your kid to sleep, no.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
I just have one last question. As far as it's kind of concerning like sleep timing, it's kind of maybe something I grew up and it's something I use on my kids as well. But is the time of day that we get our sleep, does that help the quality, or does it, because I know you have a spot maybe for people that work late shifts or have to sleep during the day. I just noticed that an 8-hour night of sleep between 10 p.m. and 6 p.m. seems a lot better than 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. I'm just wondering if there's anything that's connected there.
Yeah. I mean, there's some people that are night owls, right? They like to stay up later. They can't go to sleep earlier. And then there's some people that, are just the opposite, are morning people, and they want to get up early in the morning and go to sleep a little. What I tell people is not one size fits all, right? So, you really have to kind of do your own research and what supports you. And I'll talk about shift work in a second, but in regards to the timing, I think the two things we're looking at is number one, that we're trying to get those 7 to 9 hours of sleep if possible. So setting our calendar, our clock that way. And then number two is making sure that we're getting that quality of sleep. And that's the hard part, right? So that's where we're trying to set ourselves up for that quality sleep. So right now, right? I mean, some people I know I'm having a hard time because gets just dark out so early. I'm ready for bed like at 5 o'clock. So I think that you just have to try to make sure that we are getting as most out of that natural light during the day. Now, if you unfortunately have that shift work, right? There's a lot of nurses that I work with that are working at night, and they don't have the opportunity to get much natural light, and their biological clock actually has flipped, right? And we can't actually do that. We can actually flip our entire clock, but it's really hard on the body. It's hard to reset those circadian rhythms if we go back to a normal job and that type of thing. But sometimes we have to do that if that's our job, to work at night. And that's what we just have to set ourselves up to the best of our ability to, there's little tricks that we do with shift workers to get that natural light and to limit that blue light. And so that they can kind of flip their clock to operate to the best of their ability in some difficult hours.
Thank you. And thank you so much, Wendy. And thank you everyone for a great discussion. And it's about 1 o'clock now, so our next session is about to begin. So I'm going to pass the mic over to Brad.
All right. Thank you so much, Jacob. Okay, so we're going to move on to our 20th year anniversary video. This is something we talked about earlier today during our program updates at 9 a.m. So I'm going to pass the baton over to Nate Salter. He's our tech guru, and he's going to showcase our 20th anniversary video. So as we mentioned earlier, our program was founded back in 2004. So this is our 20th year celebrating school wellness across the state of Michigan. And here we go with our video.
My name is Dr. Kim Eagle. I'm one of the directors of the Frankel Cardiovascular Center at the University of Michigan, and I'm one of the co-founders of Project Healthy Schools. 2024 is a really important year for us. It's the 20th anniversary of our efforts to improve the health of Michigan's youth. Working with so many partners, we've had the pleasure and the privilege of working in more than 150 schools and reaching more than 100,000 sixth graders with messages that help them live healthier, happier lives. For me, working with Michigan's youth has always been a privilege, and I continue to be energized by our team as we try to work with students for better health.
Hi everyone, my name is Jacob Rabideau. I'm a wellness coordinator for Project Healthy Schools. I work in all the Ann Arbor middle schools, including Clegg Middle School, which is kind of a special school to us. We're celebrating our 20th year anniversary, and Clegg was the birthplace of Project Healthy Schools back in 2004. So they were the pilot school that first implemented our lessons. Here today, we're going to go meet with Principal Harville and talk a little bit about the upcoming year and some of the plans we have to keep the program going here at Clegg.
I'm Dr. Kyron Harville, proud principal of Clegg Middle School. We are so excited to celebrate the 20th anniversary of our collaboration with Project Healthy Schools. We were the first school here in Ann Arbor Public Schools to work with this organization. This has been invaluable for us in terms of getting students to think about health, incorporating health in their daily regimen, also getting staff to think about how to incorporate health. We're excited about the equipment that's been provided. We utilize equipment every day here at school, even during the winter time. Kids are getting out, they're excited to get out. Kids are asking questions about health-related activities. Kids are asking a lot more questions in health and gym. Also, our families are excited as we have many families that are looking at the research related to physical, mental, emotional health, and as relates to just health overall. Everyone's excited. Again, thank you guys so much. We're so excited to continue this collaboration, and we appreciate it, and we're going to keep it going. Thank you.
On behalf of MHealthy and Health and Wellbeing Services at the University of Michigan, we are thrilled to celebrate 20 years of Project Healthy Schools. Thank you for your support and partnership over many years to make this milestone possible. PHS has had a positive impact on the well-being of tens of thousands of students throughout Michigan and beyond. We couldn't have done it without each of you and the tremendous vision of our amazing founders, Dr. Kim Eagle and Lavon Palma Davis, as well as the support of all of the PHS team members throughout the years, our incredible advisory board members, donors, partners, schools, students, and community members. We're looking forward to many more impactful years ahead. So here's to each of you, here's to Project Healthy Schools. Thank you for all you do, and forever, go blue.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nate. Okay, so we're going to move on and introduce our guest for today. So that was a great showcase of all the great work we've done over the last 20 years with our 150 schools across the state of Michigan. So my name is Brad Newman. I'm the Wellness Coordinator and Interim Program Manager for Project Healthy Schools. And I have the pleasure to introduce our next special guest, Dr. Kim Eagle. Dr. Eagle is the founder of Project Healthy Schools and has been with our program since 2004. We are thrilled to have him speak with us today as our special guest as we celebrate our program's 20th anniversary. Dr. Eagle is the Albion Walter Hewitt Professor of Internal Medicine, Professor of Health Management and Policy at the University of Michigan School of Public Health, and the Director of Frankel Cardiovascular Center at the University of Michigan. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kim Eagle to our PHS Wellness Champion Gathering.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Is it coming through? Terrific. Well, I really appreciate the chance to talk to all of you, and I just so admire the work that you're doing. This has always been a community university collaborative, and we've learned as much from the people involved in the schools, I think, as they have from us. You know, it's an interesting, curious alignment of forces that occurred 20 years ago that got me interested in this. I was working on a committee for the NIH, the National Institutes of Health,
and we had to approve every grant that was over $500,000. And childhood obesity was a big deal at that time, as it still is. And we asked for the top experts in the country to come to Washington and present to us the latest research about improving this. And virtually all of them presented data helping us understand why children were getting to be more overweight and less fit. But virtually none of them had any answers. And that was really important. Also, my son was in middle school and there was no physical activity to speak of. The lunch program was, 2-for-1 hot dog day, or tater tots are free, or 3-meat pizza. And a couple of other things were going on. One was that I was taking care of several members of the school board in Ann Arbor who were equally frustrated that they felt like the health of our students wasn't being, cherished in the school environment and certainly in our culture. And so we reached out to MHealthy and Levon Palma Davis and decided to try to do something. And we piloted this program based on a program that had been developed in Massachusetts that had worked. And fast forward 20 years and a lot of research that we've done to try to understand whether the program works. And we've been able to show, looking at student behaviors as well as measuring their physiology, that this program can improve their health. There's nothing more precious than our children. I was reflecting on this a few weeks ago. I take care of a man from Indiana. He's a recruiter for the Army. And I just asked him, tell me about your job. And he said, the biggest problem we have a lot of recruits who want to join the Army for the United States, but very few of them are fit enough to join. He said the biggest threat, ironically, to our national defense is actually the health of our population. So I'm thankful that we've had the team we have and the ability to work with folks like you to try one school at a time, one child at a time, to make a difference. For me, it's a privilege. It's always been a privilege to volunteer my time to help Project Healthy Schools find its way and be successful. And I just hope that the next 20 years will be as impactful or more so than the past 20. And I also hope to be sitting here talking to the next group of wellness coordinators 20 years from now when I turn 90 and try to encourage them as I'm trying to encourage each of you today. I want to thank you for having me speak for a few minutes. I'm going to run back to my clinic now, but I wish you a great day and look forward to all your success. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Eagle. We know your time is so limited and all the great things you do at the university. So thank you again for speaking today, and thank you for all the support over the past 20 years. We look forward to the next 20. Okay, I think at this point, we're going to take a small break. So our next session will begin at 1:15. So let's go ahead and take a few minutes break. Feel free to stretch, get a drink of water, use the restroom if you need it. And we'll see you back here at 1:15 for our next session on cannabis use and vaping in youth. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are ready for our next session. So if you're just joining us, we just remind you to make sure you have your name up on your screen and try to keep your camera on so we can give you credit for your sketchies. Once again, I'm Jacob Robin, Wellness Coordinator for Project Healthy Schools, in case you're just joining us. I have the pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who is Dr. Megan Marks. Megan will be presenting on cannabis use and vaping in our youth. Dr. Martz is a research assistant professor at the University of Michigan Addiction Center within the Department of Psychiatry. Her research focuses on psychosocial and neural factors associated with substance use, risk, and resilience among adolescents and young adults. Using multidisciplinary methods, Megan has examined both population-level survey data from the Monitoring the Future study and is currently working with fMRI data from the Michigan longitudinal study and the adolescent brain cognitive development study. During the session, please feel free to add comments and reactions to the chat box, but please hold off on adding questions until the very end of the presentation. We will hold a Q&A session at the conclusion of the presentation and we'll ask for your questions at that time. Please join me for welcoming Megan to our PHS Wellness Champ Gathering.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and get this. Okay. Can you see my notes or are you just seeing the main screen? Good. All right. Well, thank you again for inviting me to talk today. I really enjoyed listening to the prior talks. I've really been interested in public outreach and community engagement. And so this is a really great resource for people involved in schools. Particularly the talk on sleep. I just got back from a conference in Germany. I'm very jet lagged, so hopefully, so I will try my best, but I'm still a little fuzzy from that. So today I'm going to be talking about cannabis use and vaping in youth. And just to give an overview of today's talk, first I'll be talking about trends in use specific to cannabis use. Let's see here. I will then discuss key risk factors underlying these trends, and then consequences of cannabis use. And then I'll discuss recent trends in vaping nicotine among youth. And finally, I want to share resources for more information. There's only so much I can cover during my time today with you all, but I do want to leave you with the tools to find out more information about certain topic areas I'll be presenting on. But before I get into the numbers on cannabis use trends in youth, I want to talk a little bit about where these numbers come from. So I'll be sharing most of the substance use rate data from Monitoring the Future. And as was mentioned in my introduction, I worked quite a bit with this data set beginning when I was in graduate school. So this study has been ongoing since 1975. With over 25,000 8th, 10th, and 12th grade students surveyed every year. And then there's a subset of these individuals that complete follow-up surveys every 2 years from 19 to 30 and every 5 years from ages 35 and up. And this study is funded by the National Institute on Drug Abuse. And so this is a really great study because it allows individuals to look at trends in use over time by certain subgroups and populations and kind of where we're at right now in terms of what's most prevalent among youth and also adults. So in the most recent Monitoring the Future survey, 29% of 12th graders, 18% of 10th graders, and 8% of 8th graders reported using cannabis in the past year. And I do want to note, alcohol use actually has been going down in recent years. It's still fairly prevalent, but the reason why I'm focusing in on cannabis use and vaping is those are really where we're seeing the uptick in use, especially in young people. And as you can see here, perceptions of friends' use and one's own cannabis use are typically aligned. So this figure shows rates of self-reported past month use in blue and reporting that most or all of their friends use cannabis. And this is data from 1975 up to 2023. And so you can see this pattern has remained similar across perceptions of friend use and individuals' use, even though we see both of those following different trends. And I do want to note that most youth tend to over-report the percent of their friends and peers that they think are using substances. So this measure is more on like their closer friends. But in general, in like peer use, people tend to over-report perceptions of peer use. And perhaps not surprising is that perceptions of harm attributable to cannabis have been decreasing over time. And compared to other age groups, so we see Young adults, shown in blue, report much lower perceived risk of monthly cannabis use compared to other age groups. But across all these groups, including adolescents, we see that there's a perception of harm is going down over time. And I think this is a general culture shift that we're seeing in our society, not just in Michigan, but across the whole country. And a nice thing about monitoring the future is because it's a national data set and a large data set, we can look at different subgroup differences by substance type. So when we look at annual cannabis use by race ethnicity, in 12th graders, Black and African American youth are 33% within this group report past year use. 26% of white 12th graders report past year use, and Hispanic youth are about 25% who report past year use. And there are a few differences at 10th grade and 8th grade. With alcohol use, it tends to be much more prevalent in white and then Hispanic youth. For annual cannabis use by sex, it's actually slightly higher in females across all 3 grades. So for 12th graders, a little over 29% of females and 28% of males reported past year use, 19.6% of 10th grade females versus 14.4% of 10th grade males, and 9.5% of 8th grade females and 6.8% of 8th grade males. And this is a trend we're seeing across the board with alcohol use, especially with binge drinking, but also with cannabis use as well. There is this shift now that we are either not seeing sex differences or females are actually using at higher levels than males. And this is problematic because women process alcohol and other substances like cannabis differently than men, and it does have different neural effects as well. And so something that gets asked
Now,
quite a bit is,
Yeah,
does
Megan, I'm so
legalization—
sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I guess we're having a couple people comment. What we're seeing, we're not seeing your actual slideshow. We're seeing your notes on the side, so we can't really
Okay,
see
I was
the
asking if—
screen in its full
okay.
size.
Yeah,
Sorry for the delayed.
let me see here. Yeah, I
Hey.
was asking if we— okay, so it looks like I'll have to just do slideshow or the mode, slideshare mode.
Yes.
Let's see here. Okay, let me exit out of here. Okay, no problem. Sometimes that happens, the Zoom. Okay, sorry about that.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so we can see that here that legal— oh, can you see this?
We can't see it yet. I'm sorry.
Okay. Here, let me try again. Let's see here.
It said you stopped sharing, so I think you just have to reshare.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to
There you go. We're good now.
current slide. Okay, can you see that?
Perfect. Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I think I have another monitor and sometimes there's issues with like the mirroring. So, all right. So, so this is brought up a lot, you know, does legalization have an impact on rates of use? And this is a big issue because legalization is becoming more prominent across all the different states. Michigan was the 10th state and the first state in the Midwest that legalized cannabis for recreational use. And so a recent study found that there weren't huge differences, but they were significant increases in cannabis use disorder in adolescents 12 to 17. But the larger increase does appear to be for 18 to 25-year-olds. But I think it's important when we think about adolescent use to also think about as they get older, because there's a very high correlation between earlier use when you're starting early adolescence and heavier use in emerging adulthood or young adulthood. And there was another study from a different data set that found actually there were no statistically significant differences in high school students' 30-day use or frequent use following recreational legalization. So again, maybe in adolescence, we're not seeing a huge impact on legalization and use. And again, it does seem to be that the 18 to 25-year-olds are using at higher rates where the states are legalized cannabis. But again, it'll be interesting to see how this maps on, when 12 to 17, when younger individuals get to that age range, are we going to see any even increased rates of use in that age range? So something I'd like to bring up in talking about cannabis use is delta H, THC. So this is a derivative of cannabis, and it's a psychoactive product derived from cannabis. And this recent NIH funded study found that it is higher in states without existing Delta 8 regulations or cannabis legalization. And so this can be purchased online or in gas stations, for example. And a problem here, if it's not regulated, but it still provides that high, that experience that is similar to consuming more standard cannabis. And that's because it is chemically very similar to Delta 9 THC, which is the primary psychoactive compound in cannabis. And because it has fewer regulations, it has no age restrictions for purchase, which is concerning, especially as you can see in this picture here, where if it's sold in gummy candies, it can be very appealing to younger individuals. And also, with the lack of regulation, it can increase risk for exposure to products because there could be additives included in the product. And a big issue in studying cannabis products is that there are so many different routes of administration and different ways it can be consumed. So it can be smoked, it can be inhaled, it can be orally ingested. This is a big concern when we're thinking about adolescent populations, where it might look like a candy or a brownie. But when you look at the actual dosage for that product, the dosage will say, okay, take a quarter of this or half of this. That's how much THC is advertised on the product. But a lot of people don't know that. And so they will take the full brownie as they would for a non-THC brownie. And it can also be administered transdermally. There are some oils and lotions and creams that even have cannabis. There, I saw recently, which I have a picture here, is a beverage, going back to the oral ingestion, that has THC in it. And then there's also lots of different forms of marijuana. So there's the plant, the flower, which is it's called the hashish, hash oil. There's and it can be liquid or in a concentrate. I've was at the Adolescent Health Initiative talk, and someone mentioned shatter. That's another term for concentrated cannabis. So this is really challenging for parents and people working with youth when all these different terms, it's really a moving target on how to understand how youth are using and what kind of products that they are drawn toward. And you can see in this figure here, it shows the different types of past month cannabis use by age. And so marijuana vaping or cannabis vaping is most common in adolescence, followed by young adult age groups. And here we can look at the breakdown again of not just vaping, but so smoking it, eating it, dabbing, and other modes. And so this is all of the age groups. We do see that vaping cannabis is especially common in younger populations. And so when we think about how cannabis affects the body, with the vaping. So if it's inhaled, goes through the lungs, reaches the heart and also the brain. And the way that it is administered can have a big impact on how the effects are perceived. And so THC is more slowly absorbed when consumed orally. And so this is another problem, especially with naive users or adolescents, if they may not have that much familiarity with cannabis use. And so consuming it orally, they may not feel the effects. And so they think, oh, maybe I need to take more. I'm not feeling anything. And then that hits them after a certain amount of time. And then that can, be associated with increased paranoia, anxiety. That's typically when people might go to the hospital because of the effects of the cannabis they've consumed. And I won't get into this too much, but I do want to point out, because this could be like a whole lecture in itself, that THC acts on specific brain cell receptors that react to natural THC-like chemicals that play an important role in normal brain development and function. And as you can see here in this figure, the endocannabinoid system is highly centralized in the brain, but it's also throughout the entire body. And so THC is processed and through this system that is already within the body. But cannabis overactivates areas of the brain, especially that contain the highest number of these receptors. And so I want to get a little bit more into risk factors for cannabis use. And for those of you that might have a social work background, or maybe if you took developmental courses in your training, you might have seen this social ecological model that was developed by Yuri Bronfenbrenner. And I really like this model because it encapsulates the person and then also what is going on in the person. So, we are not just, isolated in our experiences, but there are impacts at schools and our families and the community, and those all interact with each other as well. And so looking at both risk and protective factors for cannabis use, let's see. The chat screen just took over. So protective factors at the individual level can be self-efficacy, feeling empowered that they can say no. The good thing is when we look at reasons for use, we actually are seeing declines in peer pressure to use. I guess that's the good news. The bad news, I think where we're seeing it is more aligned with mental health issues, using it to cope with anxiety and depression, which I'll talk a little bit about later. So also having future college aspirations. So thinking about how what your behavior now is going to impact your goals that you have in the future within like a motivational interviewing type approach, where you think about how what you're doing now is impacting your goals that you have. Also, peer disapproval, involvement in sports and physical activity. There is some variability in terms of sport engagement. Some sports, particularly more physical sports, actually see higher rates of substance use. So there's some variability there, but in general, more having different activities you're involved in is protective. Risk factors are having antisocial behavior and associating with those with more antisocial aggressive behavior, and those that are higher in sensation seeking. And kind of being more open to using substances in general, and perceptions of that your friends are using and that there's low perceived harm. Genetics does play a factor too. So having a family history of substance use disorders can increase vulnerability to cannabis use as well. So I do a lot of neuroimaging research. And so I do want to mention a facet of adolescent brain development that increases risk, not just for cannabis use, but for all substance use and risk-taking behavior. And so what we see is that the brain's reward system, which is shown here in red, typically matures much earlier than the brain's cognitive control system, which has a more protracted maturation all the way actually into the early 20s. And so this developmental mismatch between these two systems makes teenagers more likely to act on impulse, misread social cues and emotions, get involved in accidents and fights, and also engage in dangerous or risky behavior like substance use. And they're also less likely to stop and put the brakes on and think before they act, consider consequences of actions, and also change. So if they realize that they're getting into a dangerous situation, they're less likely to get out of that or stop those behaviors. Okay, so going back to the Bronfenbrenner's model here, now we're moving into the family system. So different family relationships. So the protective ones are, so the kind of like feeling close, just close to your parent, but, kind of emulating them, like they're a role model. Parental affection, especially maternal affection, higher parental monitoring, and parents having rules against using substances like cannabis, and feeling like they can trust their parents and have an open dialogue. Interestingly, so I've been working with the Adolescent Brain Cognitive Development Study, which has been tracking youth 9 and 10 years old through for like about 10 years. And so when we looked at very early risk factors for substance use, we looked at before even youth are using, they're just thinking about using, they're curious about using. And there was, and a lot of parents hadn't even talked to their kids when they were 9 and 10 about substances because they didn't think they were using, but they're starting to think about it. So, so it's important to think about so having rules and talking to youth about substance use early on as a protective mechanism. Risk factors are parents who are using and more accepting of use, including siblings that are using, more negative family interactions like conflict and poor relationships. And then also the community level, protective factors are feeling school belongingness, school involvement, more authoritative school environment. So it's kind of, if you've heard of the authoritative parenting style versus authoritarian, authoritative is having high expectations, but also showing warmth and understanding, versus authoritarian, which is, more condescending and you must do this. And also school connectedness is protective and more of a remedial or remote approach to cannabis and other substance use policy violations. In schools, our kids are at school most of their day. And so this really can be a protective environment against substance use. But there can also be risk factors associated with the school environment, like low policy enforcement, out of school suspension, and high absenteeism. And at the community level, in terms of policy and social and culture norms, protective factors include pro-social opportunities in the community, like youth programs, churches, community sports. So not just at the school, especially in some school systems, it can be really hard for youth to be on the sports team. So, but having some other outlet, or Boys and Girls Club, those kind of things. And also community norms that discourage use. This comes up a lot because there are a lot more dispensaries showing up around our community, which again plays into this decreasing perception of harm that we've seen across the board, across all ages. Risk factors at the community level include, availability, like I mentioned, having more the outlet density that we're seeing across communities, and exposure to cannabis marketing. There's a lot more billboards now that we're seeing related to these dispensaries, and having the merchandise, cannabis related merchandise, and these new products that we're seeing that are more driven toward attracting youth. And so some people think, that cannabis isn't that harmful. And I will note, no one's died directly from cannabis. We do not see that for alcohol use, for tobacco products, opioids. However, we do see consequences at different levels of use. So at the short term, it can be relaxing and cause a sense of happiness. However, it can be associated with different physical symptoms, and also perceptions and senses can be distorted, as well as time, panic. So those that are naive users, especially in high dosage, have a higher likelihood of experiencing a panic attack because of cannabis. Nausea, vomiting, confusion, anxiety, and paranoia. And it's especially concerning for youth that might have a family history of schizophrenia, because there is quite a bit of research showing that those with that family history can have an earlier onset of symptoms beginning than if they are using cannabis versus not. And there are long-term consequences. Again, maybe not the severity that we're seeing with other substances, but it can have impacts on memory and learning and educational and career outcomes, and also addiction. So in the DSM, which is the gold standard for diagnosing mental and substance use disorders, cannabis use disorder is in there. So about 9 to 30% of individuals might develop some degree of cannabis use disorder. And importantly, for adolescent use is that starting before the age 18 increases the risk for cannabis use disorder 4 to 7-fold. And so really, delaying use is very important in terms of the likelihood of experiencing these negative outcomes. And in this figure here shows that across different disorders, so marijuana, cannabis use disorder, prescription pain reliever use disorder, and methamphetamine use disorder. And so the highest rates across all age groups are for cannabis use disorder. And we see a really big increase of 18 to 25-year-olds, especially with the prevalence of disorder in the past year. So thinking that if we can get to adolescents before they start developing problem use is really important, so they don't fall within this statistic. And it's important to note that the type of cannabis that people are using now is very different than the type of cannabis use that was around in the 1970s. Think of like Cheech and Chong era, that, now it's a lot stronger. So cannabis available today contains more than 10 times as much THC on average than it did in the 1970s. Again, this is the psychoactive component in marijuana. And another consequence we see is the impact of cannabis on mental health outcomes. So there was a study that came out of Columbia University finding that teens who engage in recreational cannabis use are 2 to 4 times as likely to develop a psychiatric disorders like depression and suicidality than teens who don't use. And they are also more likely to experience poor grades, truancy, trouble with the law, and this can have long-term negative consequences that can have downstream impacts on educational attainment, and the goals that individuals might have. And here you can see past year substance use disorder or major depressive episode. And this is in adolescents 12 to 17. And so you can see here that there's a lot of overlap in individuals who have both a substance use disorder and a major depressive episode. And here, this is specifically for cannabis use. And here we can see that among those adolescents 12 to 17, 22% had a major depressive episode in addition to the cannabis use in the past year. So again, there's a lot of comorbidity, a lot of co-occurring use in relation to these mental health outcomes. And as a person who does neuroimaging research, I do want to bring up the brain again, because it's really difficult to disentangle effects of psychoactive substances in the brain and the brain, because they are so intertwined. There are no psychoactive substances that don't go through the brain and have an impact on it. And so here you can see some central areas of the brain. And I'm going to be focusing in on the ventral striatum here. And so that's the area of the brain that's involved in the processing of rewards. This is where dopamine comes through, which is associated with the wanting, like the compulsive use experiences related to substances. So a big question that comes up a lot in our research is there something about the brain that makes people more likely to use? So maybe something even in adolescence that might make certain individuals more predisposed toward later use. Or is it something about continued use that impacts the brain? It kind of changes the way that the brain responds. And so to study this, we used a functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI. And so this is a non-invasive way to measure brain function. You may have seen some of these little images where the brain is lit up. That's not exactly the case. It's basically measuring blood flow to certain regions that are active during certain tasks. So if it's active during the task that's focused on reward, then you know that, okay, there's probably an association between this region and reward functioning. And so the task we use is called the monetary incentive delay task. And so this task, you can either win or lose small or large amounts of money, or there's no money at stake. And an interesting aspect of this task is so people are in the scanner and they're pressing a button when they see this cue. And then they find out if you pushed it correctly, just the right amount of time, you weren't too fast and you weren't too slow, then you can win money. But we're interested here is the anticipation of reward. So anticipating it, which we know is strongly linked to brain activity in the ventral striatum, which is a key area in the reward region. And so in this study we did, we looked at, the nucleus accumbens is within the ventral striatum in this system. And so we wanted to see, okay, if we looked at cannabis use over time and also their brain function over time, measured over time, maybe we could kind of get at, the chicken or the egg, which came first. And so interestingly, we found that these are young adults that were heavier cannabis users had lower levels of activation in this region of the brain, even after accounting for a lot of other potentially confounding factors. And again, this is to money, which is typically rewarding to most people. So it's more of a natural reward. So we're not showing them cannabis rewards. So I think it'd be really interesting if we did do this task for cannabis specific rewards, because what we're seeing here is that more cannabis use is associated with a more blunted response and reward. And so cannabis use might decrease the brain's response to non-drug rewards, thereby increasing risk or addiction. And so with the thought being here that continued cannabis use just kind of makes non-cannabis things that are rewarding not as rewarding as they were before. Okay, so now we're shifting gears and talking about not just cannabis, but also vaping of nicotine. And so looking at, more than half of current e-cigarette users aged 15 to 24 reported cannabis vaping. And so the reason why I'm talking about cannabis and nicotine vaping together is that, especially in these vaping devices, it's very difficult to know if people are using cannabis, THC, or nicotine. There is a lot of there's very high likelihood that those are using cannabis and vapes are also using nicotine and vapes and vice versa. And so vaping devices there's a lot of different variability, a lot of different options that we see on the market. But the basic premise of these devices is that it's a heating device that is activated by puffing. And so there's a liquid inside that can be cannabis, flavorings, nicotine, or other chemicals. And it's vaporized in the cartridge, and then that vapor is then inhaled by the individual using this. So I will say that Juul is no longer on the market. There's been a lot of changes happening recently, but there are still quite a few vaping devices available. And the nicotine content, so if we're just looking at nicotine devices, there's quite a bit of variability in nicotine strength. It typically ranges from 10 to 20 milligrams per milliliter. So what that means, breaking that down, so if we have a 20 milligram by milliliter vape with 40 milligrams of nicotine, that is the same as smoking 1 or 2 packs of 20 cigarettes. And again, so, it's a little, I feel like with your cigarettes, it's, you can gauge the dose a little bit better than the vaping device because the cartridge can include quite a bit of nicotine like we're seeing here. And so the user may not realize how much they're actually using throughout the day. And so as of July of this past year, the FDA has made a more narrow list of the e-cigarettes that are authorized to be sold in the US. And so I just wanted to kind of, I know this is like a little bit small to see here, but just kind of an overview. There's a lot of complexity here too. Is it a, menthol device or tobacco only? And interestingly, there's been some research. This came up. I'm in the with the adolescent brain cognitive development study. I'm on the substance use work group through that study, and they found that that menthol products have a impact on the brain over and above just the nicotine impact. So there might be something about menthol in particular that is especially problematic. Okay, so when we look at, this is again data from Monitoring the Future, looking at past year nicotine vaping by grade level. We see this kind of incremental increase again with 8th graders, about 11% using, 10th graders, 18%, and nearly a quarter of 12th graders report vaping nicotine in the past year. And looking at racial ethnic differences and also sex differences by nicotine vaping. So in 12th graders, 32.7% of Black or African American youth reported vaping nicotine, whereas 15.6% of white and 18% of Hispanic youth reported this. In 10th graders, we see again that these rates are similar proportion by racial ethnic group. Now I do note that there are a lot of other racial ethnic groups, and the way that Hispanic is categorized in Monitoring the Future is really not up to date with how it is in other studies, but this is how Monitoring the Future does categorize it. And again, kind of with the 8th grade, though, we're seeing that there are pretty similar rates across the board, which is really interesting, that, okay, why are we seeing in 8th grade not as many differences by these subgroups, but we are later on? Is this something about the cultural norms in these communities, or like, the homogeneity of their community versus heterogeneity in terms of racial ethnic groups? So there's some debate about why we're seeing these numbers, but they are more pronounced as youth age. And sorry, this actually should say sex differences, but so when looking at sex, again, females are using it at higher rates in 12th grade. and at 10th grade, and also at 8th grade. So it's really not that boys are using substances a lot more. We're seeing this shift in that young girls, and also young adult women and older adult women. There was just a study that came out that I think 35 to 60-year-olds are seeing heightened rates of women using binge drinking. So women, it'd be interesting to see, like COVID related effects too on this, but we are seeing this shift by sex, but the sex differences are less pronounced as the youth age. And so I've talked a little bit about the ABCD study, and so this study is really great because there's over 11,000 youth from 21 sites across the US, and it's a really deep dive into what's going on in their lives, at the mental and physical level, social level, and also at the level of the brain. And the goal of this was to start before youth are using, so 9 and 10, and then follow them over the course of 10 years to see what's going on in terms of, is there something about brain function before they're using that might make certain individuals susceptible? Or is it more once they start using it, it creates this shift at the neural level? And is there a way we can intervene, before we see this impact of substance use? And so this study that we did a few years ago looked at the proportion of participants reporting use of nicotine products. And this is in early adolescence. And so this is, year 0 here on the right, that's actually the baseline, that's at 9 and 10. And so this goes up from 9 and 10 up through ages of 12 and 13. So we do see by 12 and 13 years of age. So the ends is electronic nicotine delivery. And so that is like the vaping of nicotine. And so by 12 and 13, there is a big increase. Again, the overall percentages are pretty low of youth doing this, but there is an age shift in this use behavior. And as with cannabis use, there are both short and long-term effects of nicotine, of vaping. And so at the short-term level, increased blood pressure, breathing, and heart rate. And it does expose the lungs to a variety of chemicals. You may have heard in the news, there's been some stories about what all is in these vaping devices. And it's not just nicotine. There's a lot of additives. I think formaldehyde has been found in some of these products, especially those that are produced overseas. And at the long-term level, it increases risk of cancer, especially lung cancer and oral cancers, and increases the risk of bronchitis and emphysema, heart disease, leukemia, and pneumonia. And as I mentioned before, it's likely that those that are using vaping nicotine are also vaping cannabis, vice versa. And this concurrent use is linked to higher levels of problem behaviors. So externalizing mental health problems, these are the more acting out, aggression, delinquency. And this finding was observed compared to those that are just using a single substance. So there's something that is additionally problematic about the concurrent use of both nicotine and cannabis. And as we saw that with the mental health alignment with substance use, particularly cannabis. So this is the same figure on the left here. And then this is the breakdown before we pointed out marijuana, but also tobacco products, vaping, nicotine, that those have used in the past year. There's a much higher percentage of those that also had a major depressive episode. So we do see, again, the link between mental health problems and vaping of nicotine. At the neural level, we know that nicotine is very addictive, and it can, in a way, hijack the brain systems that are involved in reward and executive function. And we know that these two systems are going through developmental changes, especially the executive function, the cognitive control system, which is more slow to develop. And so because of the influence on these systems, it can bias them toward nicotine and nicotine associated cues. Nicotine is highly addictive substance. And this can affect the development of brain circuits associated with attention and learning, which has really big implications for the school context. And also related to factors with, affecting the school and educational experience of these youth is that nicotine exposure is linked with cognitive deficits and impairments in memory as well. And so this report was, I really like this, that so it's researchers note latest vaping concern, hacked e-cigarette devices. And so interestingly, that some of these devices are not used properly. Some people might like take out the original cartridge was in it and replace it with something else. And this is associated with a lot of different health unknowns. So this the doctor here, who's the Yale Medical Chief of General Internal Medicine, said you see plumes of what look like steam coming out of people's mouths on the street when they're vaping. And I think they assume it's mostly safe, mostly water, but these liquids used in vaping are filled with all kinds of stuff. And we don't know what else is in there. And so in the figure here on the right, I just want highlighting that 40% of this study, 40% of 14 to 29-year-olds refilled devices not intended to be refilled. And over 35% recharge single-use batteries, mixing of nicotine and cannabis liquids, common in devices designed for nicotine only. And this can actually increase risk for the device exploding or fire. So not only just the health effects related to the product inside, but the product itself, the actual device. And this was something I hadn't really known about until someone brought it up in a prior talk that I gave about that teen vaping is linked to toxic lead exposure. And so in this study, they looked at there are 23 flavored nicotine e-cigarette products that are authorized by the FDA. But this doesn't include disposable e-cigarettes or e-liquids, which come in a variety of flavors. And so in teens that vaped, and this is just intermittently, so they weren't, using every single day, they found that urine lead levels were 40% higher compared to occasional vapors. And then looking at those that were frequent vapors, they found their levels were 30% higher. And those that preferred sweet flavors had higher levels of uranium in their urine than those who favored menthol or mint flavors. And so there can be variability in these different devices on what we're seeing in terms of these metal exposures. And a lot of people aren't aware of this, in addition to the kind of the standard perceptions of what nicotine and vaping can do to you. But we know that lead can have very detrimental effects, especially in children and youth, and in relation to their brain function and all different aspects of their bodily function. So I covered quite a bit of information today, and so I want to highlight where I got a lot of this information and where you can get information too. So I'm chairing the public outreach committee on the Research Society on Alcohol, and I've been talking with someone there we've been collaborating with NIH, and trying to coordinate our efforts to help with outreach. And NIDA, the National Institute on Drug Abuse, is also really involved in this. So they have a lot of phenomenal resources on their website about facts of use, how it can impact a lot of different areas of functioning. They actually have tools for teachers and public educators as well, and for youth themselves. I think it can be really challenging to talk to youth in a way that is authentic, that they listen to. I grew up in the era of just say no, which we have found research shows that it is wildly ineffective. That if anything, it can help people like learn about new drugs and yeah, so just say no does not work. and DARE programs as well. And so NIDA and these other NIH organizations are really trying to connect with youth in a way that they'll listen to. And something that I know, one thing that came up was like focusing on the like biology, not just that drugs are bad, like you're a bad person if you use drugs, but this is the effect that it has on your body. And if you care about your body, you know, that this can have a negative impact on your body. Also monitoring the future that I mentioned, and that is housed here at University of Michigan, and they have a lot of really great resources on their website. So they have links to these massive documents that are actually very easy to read, and you can and it goes through all those different rates by populations and the different trends in use. So you can kind of see like what they actually have a drop down too of all the different drugs that were included in that year's assessment. Because there are it's a very much like a moving target. If you think about like when bath salts came out, you don't really hear about that much anymore. Or even, things like mixing alcohol with energy drinks. There's a lot of, and the Delta 8 is on there as well. They have information about that. And then of course the ABCD study, a big goal of the ABCD study is to make what we're learning accessible to educators, parents, and youth themselves. And so they do have these links that are separated out, by the audience of interest, and they have a lot of really great infographics available for youth on topics of like substance use and mental health. I think screen time. There's a lot of different things the ABC study is looking at. And then also, I want to highlight too the addiction treatment services at Michigan. And in our department too, we also have, it's called the Mind Matters series, and it's more of a public outreach facing like series of events. Like we had, and I think it's on the recording available on the Mind Matters series website, where we had an adolescent come in, talk about his experiences with addiction, which was really informative, hearing about not just the science behind it, but also the lived experiences of youth going through substance use problems. So there's a lot of really great resources out there. It's hard to navigate it all. So I'm happy to direct you to any, specific sites within these websites, because I have looked at all of them quite a bit in my own research and learning. So that is all I have today. So now happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Megan. Yeah, now we invite you to, if you have questions, please start putting them in the chat box. I do have one already for you, Megan. Someone asked, do you have information or resources that we can be pointed to that can help us better educate parents about the effects of secondhand smoke on their young children when they smoke in the home or in the car?
Yeah, that's it can, it can be very it's definitely, even though we're not seeing it, at restaurants and, places like that, in the home, if youth are there with their parent or caregiver in that environment, there's no, escaping that. And so, so I can look at NIDA's website. I'm happy, maybe I can, I don't know if there's a way that, or if you go to their website, you can search, I believe in like the upper right hand side of the NIDA. So that would be on NIDA's website in the upper right, like the search bar. You could look at secondhand smoking effects. And then, I do think that could be, we're actually, for the ABC study, we're taking hair samples from the youth. And so we're doing toxicology on the youth, and we're seeing that the rates of like nicotine, other substances are a lot higher in the hair samples compared to when we're asking for like the self-report. And so we've had discussions about that of, why we're seeing that. Is it, exposure in the home to the substances?
Thank you. I have another question here. Once again, about resources. Do you have resources for students who are using at school and how schools can handle that? And, I'm assuming knowing the kids are already using, what's your recommendation for intervening?
Yeah, that can be, that can be challenging because um, the research does typically show that suspending youth and does not is not helpful in the long run. And so how that you manage the substance use in schools is very challenging because um, it kind of goes along with that authoritative style, where you want youth to feel safe and that they can, but it should also be known that it's unacceptable to, have those substances there. And so finding that balance, because a lot of these youth who are using, they're not just using, just for fun. It can be they're also experiencing problems at home or with, mental health problems. So like what is the root of like why they're using? What is the reasoning for their use? So I think it's important to know a little bit more about, what's going on in their lives and not just punishing, but, understanding their situation. But yeah, there are resources, I believe, on NIDA too for teachers. And there's been quite a bit of research too. If you go to so Google Scholar is a good resource too, where they have there are some paywalls, but a lot of more studies are open resource about kind of the statistics on, what do we see when different types of punishment at youth, and does that actually have an impact on um, their rates of use and like on other youth to not engage in that behavior.
Thank you. I have a question as well. When I wrote down, you mentioned that the using marijuana and vaping is correlated with certain behaviors. Are there any like predispositions for use? Because obviously correlation and causation aren't always the same thing. Do any of those, like maybe mental health issues, predispose someone to use more often, or are there socioeconomic factors in play? I mean, I noticed that you included race and gender. Are there any other predispositions that people are maybe at higher risk for use at a young age?
Yeah, there are. And I've worked quite a bit with Michigan Longitudinal Study, which was a really groundbreaking study started here at Michigan, where they followed 3-year-olds of parents that had, they started with alcohol use disorder and then it was broadly more drug use disorder. And so NIH at the time, they were like, well, why do you need to look at kids? Like it's the parents that are a problem. Like the kids, they're too young, but they soon realized that actually there are early kind of red flags you can see in some of the youth that do go on to have problems. So externalizing, we talk quite a bit about this externalizing pathway to substance use problems. So having low inhibition, heightened sensation seeking, kind of more drawn to high risk, high reward, different that kind of sensitivity we do see is associated with substance use problems. Also, anxiety and depression, as I mentioned. In terms of socioeconomic status, it kind of depends on the substance that's used. So in the ABC study, we actually found that lower income, especially Black parents, had a lot more protective factors for their youth, and they were doing a lot more. So I think in relation to the community, kind of like the parents that are aware of what's going on in the community, and so they really try to insulate their children, can be very helpful for their outcomes. So yeah, parents use, so youth that have a parent with a substance use problem are at higher risk. Open that are a little more just like drawn to like higher sensation seeking type things. There's been some research also though looking at like positive versus negative risk taking. Some things you do that are, like trying out for a sports team or, giving public speaking, it can be kind of, a risky kind of thing you can do, but it's more of a positive. So, how can we get those people to redirect those kind of reward seeking, sensation seeking, tendencies in more of a positive way?
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Megan. And thanks everyone for a great discussion, and it was a great presentation. So we're going to have a few minutes before our next session. So at this point, we'll take a short break, a little afternoon break. We will return at 2:30 p.m. and that will be a session on physical activity and emotional regulation. So we will see you back here at 2:30.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Just reminding everyone to turn their cameras on and put your first and last name and your school name on the Zoom box so we can give you credit for your sketchies. So my name is Colleen Green, and I'm the social media coordinator for Project Healthy Schools. And I have the pleasure this afternoon to introduce you to our next speaker, Penelope Friday. Penelope will be presenting on physical activity and emotional regulation. Penelope is a fourth-year PhD student at the University of Michigan within the School of Kinesiology. She attended Michigan State University for her undergraduate degree in kines and Indiana University at Bloomington for her Master's of Public Health. Before starting her PhD, she served as the Childhood Obesity Prevention Coordinator for the Indiana Department of Health, focusing on school and early childhood education wellness initiatives to build to child health. Her long-term goal is improving the quality and quantity of physical activity opportunities for school-aged children through policies, systems, and environmental approaches. During the session, please feel free to add comments and reactions in the chat box, but please hold off on adding questions until the very end of the presentation. We'll hold a Q&A session at the conclusion of the presentation, and we will ask for your questions then. But now, please join me in welcoming Penelope to our PHS Wellness Champion Gathering. Penelope, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am so excited to be here. Thank you so much for the introduction. So I always start out before I even start my slides, because I feel like can you hear me okay? Okay. Are we able to hear me? Yeah, okay, sorry, just checking. So I always like to start out with my why. I feel like educators are some of the most intentional people I've ever met. And one of the things that I love is that um, I feel like it is so misunderstood when I say physical activity. Every single time, everyone's like, okay, yep, brain breaks, got it, PE, got it, recess, check. But I think it is so much more than that. And then in my experience at the Indiana Department of Health, I had the very unique opportunity of being joint appointed with the Department of Health and Department of Education to really be intentional about working with educators, not just with our students, but our educator wellness, knowing that emotion regulation is not just about the students, but the educators who are helping to support that in the classroom. And so I tell this story because it was like the biggest aha moment for me, which obviously you all being educators are probably way more versed than me. But I was walking into a classroom to provide support for the educator with brain breaks. And they're about to start, and this kid, we're going to call him Johnny. Johnny was playing Mutant Ninja Turtles off the desk. And granted, this is sixth grade. So behaviors like this, I was like, okay, maybe first grade, but a sixth grader who was having a full-on meltdown playing Mutant Ninja Turtle from desk to desk. And he was removed from the classroom setting. Understandably so for his behavior. But then the teacher did the most amazing, wonderful, beautiful, curated activity break. And it was an aha moment for me because I was thinking, Johnny could have really benefited from that activity break. And so I went down into the literature and I really found that, okay, there's really not much going on with physical activity about how it specifically aligns with emotion regulation. And so that's what I want to talk to you all about. And again, I am a very open type of presenter, so feel free to add anything into the chat. I'd love thoughts, opinions, experiences, and I want this to not just be a sit and get. So with that being said, I'm going to start us off with our presentations, the mechanisms of emotions, using movement to promote emotion regulation. So coming out of the COVID pandemic, we are now in a mental health pandemic. So a pandemic after the pandemic, if you will, with 84% of public schools reporting behavior development delays, increase in student misconduct, rowdiness, and 48% increase in acts of disrespect. And so I saw this cartoon and I was like, wow, this truly captures the education experience. Maybe not for everyone, but I feel like back when I was working at the State Department of Health, it wasn't to this capacity. And so with this increase in mental health and this cycle of disruptive behavior, we see that there's not only an increase in anxiety, but an increase in depression, problem behaviors, and ADHD. And so this data is showing us that compared to 2019, and we obviously don't have the 2024 data yet, we see these huge leaps with even like a 16% increase in student depression from ages 6 to 18. And so with this data, I really wanted to focus my dissertation work on how do we curate supports and what is the actual mechanism or pathway or neurophysiology by which physical activity can support these behaviors or mitigate these behaviors. And so what I'm going to talk to you all today is about a couple of strategies and things that I feel are very well informed that can be implemented, and what about physical activity is working. So we'll go through a pragmatic tool, mood meter. We'll align it with a physical activity resource that we have with the IMPACT program, which stands for Interrupting Prolonged Sitting with Activity. And this is through Dr. Rebecca Hassan with the Childhood Disparities Research Lab. And the program itself has been made to have, we'll talk all about it, but a resource that can be used elementary, middle, and high school. We'll talk about positive affective experiences and that aligned with physical activity engagement, and then tie it back to social emotional learning. But first of all, I want to start off with what is a feeling? I feel like there's so many definitions out there that really being able to focus on what is the scientific categorization of this. And it really is a self-contained experience. So at our laboratory, we conceptualize this through the movie Hoosiers. So if you think of like that shot, if anyone's seen the movie, it's a basketball movie, and there's like a winning basketball shot. And some people would say, okay, I feel good after that. Maybe I played basketball and I can relate to that experience. Some of us might feel, basketball. I mean, for me, basketball was a trigger point in physical education because I cannot dribble. So we have different self-contained experiences. But what is really unique to a feeling is we use what's called a circumplex model, which is made by James Gross. And that kind of gives us like the variance of what this feeling is. And that is through pleasantness, or the positivity or negativity of that feeling, and the arousal or energy activation or intensity associated with that feeling. And taken together, these move into emotional states. So we have a feeling overall, and then the specific pleasantness or unpleasantness, or decrease or low energy, high energy gives us an emotional state. And so this is a really tangible resource that we're going to go through for categorizing those emotional states. As you can see, as we increase in energy, we can also decrease in pleasantness. But how do we operationalize this? And this is through the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence Mood Meter, where we have in the red zone, these are high arousal, low pleasantness. We have yellow, which could be high pleasantness, high energy. Green could be low to mid energy, high pleasantness. And then blue zone, low pleasantness to low energy. And so I'll give you a second to orient yourself with this. And so with these, we have different emotional states that align with these quadrants. And this is really digging into what we call like the deep psychological or deep affect literature, but this is a very pragmatic approach that schools have been using and you might be using yourself. And so with those come very specific emotions, whether that be panicked or stressed, concerned. We see kind of like the teetering of the yellow and blue zones. We have hopeful and focused, content. And then the green zone, we also have mellow, relaxed, thoughtful, or blue, miserable, glum, sad, bored. And so this kind of helps students and ourselves being able to identify where they're at physiologically, but also in sense of their learning, of where they are when being engaged in a classroom. So in the chat, I want you to think of one of your students that would be in one of these quadrants. First of all, what does that student look like in that specific quadrant? And then what behaviors show up in your classroom? So I'll give you a moment to do that. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share in the chat? Oh, perfect. Thank you, Jennifer. See, blue, lonely, withdrawn, head down, for sure. Ooh, thank you, Nicole. Yeah, and attesting, observing students that are in the red quadrant. And again, my example in the beginning with Johnny in the Mutant Ninja Turtle, definitely in the red zone and might even be teetering into the yellow zone with like the super hyperactivity that was causing classroom disruption. But moving forward, we can see that there's a lot of behaviors that align with this that I think is super helpful for contextualizing and having students being able to pinpoint where they are. And we know that these behaviors look different across the lifespan and thinking about child development. So in elementary school, I've witnessed, again, the very shut down, quiet. I've seen kids being hiding under their desk, crying. Middle school, we have the attitude and the sassiness sometimes with really not being able to manage that anger. And then in high school, same thing, but also being, unfortunately, witnessed in some resource rooms, like the aggression coming out physically. So these behaviors manifest from these specific feelings, and using that pragmatic approach can be very helpful. And so this is also very aligned, and this is where I'm getting into, well, why does this matter? How does this underlie everything? And we really want to use these tools to shift students into the learning zone. And that's that teetering of the yellow and green, where they feel safe and supported and ready to engage. So with this, we want to recognize this stress. I'm actually doing interviews right now with students. And one of the biggest takeaways that I've gotten so far with these qualitative interviews is that being able to recognize stress and what triggers their stress completely varies across the span, the student span. So some students are saying testing, teachers, parents, but being able to identify those patterns and the physiological response, since that's coming again from the autonomic nervous system. 2, practicing self-regulation, having recognition of those physiological responses of before a test come, I can feel my heart rate going up, my hands are super sweaty. I know that I'm overthinking everything and I might second guess on the test. 3 of building social connections, of having that trusted adult or having that trusted teacher, of I know I can lean on my teacher, and we've talked about coping mechanisms that I can implement during this test. And then understanding the situation as a whole, or identifying those triggers over time, that I know I'm going to have a test on Tuesday. I know my heart's going to be racing. I know that I'm going to be feeling and overthinking everything. And so what can I do to set myself up for success? Or even strategy number 5 of getting professional help, of leaning on the teachers or behavioral consultant or social worker in the school. And so with this polyvagal theory, this is really unpacking like what it is about physical activity, the sensory experience of mind and body connection working together to support stress and stress reduction and emotion regulation. And so when looking at this, this is coming from the Polyvagal Institute and has been really used in a lot of educational neuroscience. But one of the components I really want to hone in is on the physical activity, or the hybrid state of play, dance, sports, and performance, where sometimes we know that kids need to be brought down and that energy activation lowered and feeling centered. But sometimes we can use movement and specific physical activities to actually increase heart rate, blood pressure, and create an environment where play is safe and emotions can be felt, and that we can actually connect with our students. So we don't want kids by any means feeling that fight or flight response. And we know that a lot of things in education, unfortunately, are triggering, whether that be test or peer-to-peer problems, sometimes hard conversations. And so we really want to use something like physical activity that can be a lifelong skill to be able to create and promote student engagement and reduce stress. But again, this is a theory. So how do we operationalize this? So we went to the laboratory and we had 39 children ages 7 to 13 come into our lab. You'll see that they're wearing a really weird device that is a CosMed. So we were also getting their calorie and heart rate. But we had them perform 5 activity videos. And these were, again, with the IMPACT program, or interrupting prolonged sitting with activity. And these were videos that were made by physical education teachers, coaches, got the lions in there, which is super cool. And they're about 6 minutes long. And so we had students, we collected this affective data before, during, and after their physical activity engagement. And so this was, again, through the feeling scale, or pleasantness, or how much we like or dislike, and then energy activation or arousal, or like how worked up they were feeling on that scale. And so we saw across the board that acute physical activity induces an overall positive affective experience. And what does that mean? That means across the measures of before, during, and after the physical activity engagement of the 5 videos, we saw that there was a positive incline of mood through increased pleasantness and increased energy activation. So you'll see here in this picture, we have a before and after of where these specific types of video, being strength, cardio, sports skills, or mindfulness, took an affective experience for the child, where we have the arrows pointing to the post. So you can see for the control, which is the black dots, they started pretty neutral, and then they moved a little bit more pleasantness, not really energy activating there. You can see, unfortunately, for the mindfulness, it was a decrease in pleasantness. However, we do want to take into account that the videos were really tailored towards ages 7 to 9. So I think that was one thing that we definitely need to go back to the lab and assess, because a 13-year-old obviously doesn't necessarily want to do hot cocoa breaths. We do see that strength had a huge increase in arousal or energy activation, which I think is really cool to think about how that would be implemented in a classroom, where we have kids who might have their head down or really just like in La La Land. So maybe using something like resistance or strength exercises or full body can help increase that energy. We saw an increase in pleasantness and activation and cardio, and unfortunately, an increase in activation but decrease in pleasantness, which was not unfortunately significant for the sports skills videos. But looking to the literature, we also recognize that a lot of the videos had complex motor skills that a lot of kids might not necessarily have the ability to do so yet. So basketball dribbling, again, trigger alert for me because I can't dribble well, that some of those activities might have been a little too challenging for some of our children in the lab. But all in all, to say that we can shift with physical activity, and these were small bouts, these were 6 minutes of before and after, we were able to shift their affective experience. And so I think this has really wonderful potential applications in the classroom. And so looking at some of the other resources that we've created, we are really about physical activity snacks. And so these are those short bursts of intermittent physical activity that are moderate to vigorous. So they're getting their heart rate up. And these are play cards. And so what I mean by play cards is kind of a gamified physical activity Uno, if you will. So on each of these activities, we see that this could be a resource that could be used in home and school to be able to induce that positive affective experience. And so what we see that the self-selection of the physical activity opportunities are crucial with middle schoolers. They want to be in charge. They want their voices heard. And so this resource, there's about 250 of them, and they are meant to be done in their own personal quadrant, a little square, if you will. And they include the same the same categories as those impact at home videos that were 6 minutes, except these can be done in 2 minutes or less. So really quick burst where kids can get moving. And there's still mindfulness, there's flexibility in this one, strength, cardio, and then building social cohesion, there's buddy ones. So this I see as a pragmatic approach to being able to induce that positive affective experience, which we know is so important for emotion regulation. And I say this because we make bad decisions when we are in bad moods. When we're in a bad mood, we're quicker to snap at someone. When I'm frustrated or I feel overwhelmed, I'm definitely more likely to go make a bad choice and not necessarily bad choice, but go for the ice cream or not necessarily have the self-control. I'm going to go right for that Twix bar. I'm going to be quicker to just feel overwhelmed and not necessarily implement some of the healthy decisions or some of the coping skills that I know I should when I'm feeling overwhelmed. So we want physical activity to be one of the tools in the toolbox that kids can lean on when they are in a bad mood or they are feeling dysregulated. And so something like this that is quick, that has student choice, we see could be a really beneficial asset in the classroom. This one particularly, the hacky sack, kids love it. Brought them into the lab. And what's cool about this one is they are actually crossing the midline. So we know that that has powerful cognitive assets when looking through like the polyvagal theory lens, and also just that mind-body connection in general. And so these instructions are on the back, but what's also really cool about these being a pragmatic approach in your classroom is that they also have videos. Not all of them are going to be these high energy, activating little short bursts of physical activity, but some of them are also really intentional about having that self-touch, activating the parasympathetic nervous system, and giving them the actual instructions of what they can do. I know a lot of elementary schools are using calming corners or cozy corners or having like a specific area in the room to like have students reset. And to my knowledge, and please correct me if I'm wrong, middle school doesn't necessarily have that, or it's just a very different lay of the land. And with students moving from classes to classes, having activities or having this in like an available source where they can even just take a card and align it with their mood meter could be really beneficial and a lifelong skill because we can do this right at our desk. Here's a strength exercise, just for example. And we see like the pushing of the ground, but this could also be done on desk or a wall push-up. And it's a Hershey kiss because of like the triangle that they're making. But kids loved the reframing, or we saw in the lab that kids loved the reframing of the actual activity name. And so they were able to connect in when piloting this. Oh no, I'm going to do the Hershey kiss push up, you try this, or and then let's switch. And so it brings that social cohesion and that conversation piece of which physical activity you're going to try and how can we align that with emotions. Again, we've seen lots of activities around breathing, and we know that's absolutely huge. And to mitigate stress, we obviously want to have a lot of tools in our toolkit. Some of my favorite that I know elementary schools are using, but I think as working with middle schoolers, these could also be a hit of like the rainbow breathing. Has anyone ever done the rainbow breathing with students? Like you trace, so it's pretty cool. I do this, but I actually just did this before this presentation, I'm not gonna lie. So you think of the colors of the rainbow. So like Roy G. Biv. And so you breathe in red, hold red, breathe out orange. And so this can be just traced on their hand, on the desk. But it really, again, really recentering the central nervous system. Hot cocoa breath. I think this one's absolutely adorable and I think it's super fun. I don't know if anyone else has tried this, but I invite you to join me. I know it might feel silly, but I think it's fun. I would like to invite you to grab a hot cup of cocoa, super hot. Hold it tight because it's freezing outside, and you're going to inhale that just delicious chocolate smell. Ooh, it smells good. And then you're going to blow out all of the hot steam off it. Sorry, you had to hear my obnoxious breathing, but I think it's, again, a really cool strategy for resetting because not every time do we want to use physical activity to amp up our students. We also have to be intentional about bringing them back down in energy activation. And so over time, these sensory regulatory practices really can have what we call upstream benefits. And this is conceptualized through a very classic public health term or public health conceptual framework, if you will, of thinking of a waterfall. And you have people who might be struggling at the end of the waterfall. They need life jackets. They're not drowning, but drowning, versus just putting a blockade at the waterfall to prevent people from falling. And so in these type of strategies, we conceptualize as being an upstream or that blockade in the waterfall to help our kids being able to be set up for success before the actual trigger or stressor. I know I've been talking a lot, so I'm going to look at the chat, but in PE, yeah, they are definitely moving a lot for sure, which is wonderful. I just thinking of, oh, and we also have cozy corners in middle school. Love that. I know PE definitely love all the movement there. I know though from connecting with teachers that sometimes it's a struggle to replicate physical education, which is so important and skill building versus like a brain break, which is more getting the movement or wiggles out. So I really can think of those two things as separate. And then we do box breathing and the kids use it throughout the day. Absolutely love that. Thanks for sharing, Laura. So where can we actually bringing back this mood meter? So I've talked a lot. I've talked about some theory. I've talked about the social connections, talked about these play cards, but what about these play cards can you integrate with the pragmatic approach of the mood meter? So here I have some examples, and this resource will be at the end. I have a QR code, so these are freely available. They actually just got a really beautiful marketing revamp. So feel free to scan the QR code and take them, use them. They're absolutely wonderful, and they can be broken down into like a full set that are you can print as like a PDF, or they can even just like remain on electronic. I've seen teachers who've like a iPad, and then kids can scroll and pick and choose what they want to do, and it can be done by category. But aligning this with that mood meter of where do we want our students to be? Like, where is the optimal zone for learning? And that is like that teetering of the yellow and green, because we don't want them to be so chill that they're disengaged. We don't want them to be so lively that they're mutant ninja turtles or flying squirrels off the desk. So physical activity, I'm not saying is the end all be all solution for classroom management, for emotion regulation, or for being able to curate positive affective experiences. I do think, though, it can be used as a really intentional tool for supporting emotion regulation and helping our students move from the blue or the red to that teetering line of yellow and green. And these can be done through other activities too, like bubblegum flow, which is a really cool Pilates move where they kind of picture that they're stuck on the ground. They can even be stuck in their chair, and they have to like slowly engage their core to like rise up slowly, but like you have to peel every part of your body like it's stuck in bubblegum. We have flamingos, which is balancing, and there's also components where they can like tilt. And so that proprioception is really cognitively engaging. And the teacher can, and or parent even, can give cues of like, you're a flamingo and you're diving. Like, what does that look like? So activating the core, cognition, the moving students from yellow to green, good mornings, which are basically putting your hand behind your head, engaging your core, and going from horizontal to vertical. Butt kickers, we think of that as like soccer, of basically just running in place, but having the heels touch the bottom or your back. That's really activating. Punching bag, again, crossing the midline, or even disco party of having kids do a dance off, or pick a move and then pick a partner who has to mirror you. So creating that social engagement and that opportunity for play at this age. So again, not the end all be all by any means, but a pragmatic approach. And hopefully something that is not one more thing on your plate, but something that students can have their voice and be a part of. So in the chat, I invite you to try this mood meter. Where are you at? Where do you feel right now? Oh, thank you, Angela, for sharing that. She said to use the book Breathe Like a Bear, or Abin bought a copy for each classroom. I absolutely love that. Green, energized, joyful. Oh, green zone's where it's at. Heck yeah. I love that. I'm definitely feeling green. I truly so grateful to be here. And I just don't think teachers get enough kudos, because you are the most incredible people And I'm so fortunate to be able to, oh, blue, no. That's okay. Your feelings are valid. It's a long day, I bet. But thank you all for sharing where you're at. Hopefully, I would love if we were in person, we could do a little activity, but I will actually, right now, I will invite you all to do a little self hug with me. So you can cross your arms. Doesn't matter, right over left, left over right. Hold your shoulders, and I'm going to have you squeeze your shoulders. I'm going to have you inhale and hold for 4. And exhale for 4. Squeeze and inhale. Exhale and release. One more time. Inhale and squeeze for 4. Exhale and release. Does anyone need a quick stretch? Did anyone feel anything different with just doing that activity? I invite you to join me in the chat if you felt anything different. I will say for me, I feel like being in the green zone, I feel a shift in emotion state. I definitely felt content, and then that kind of also mellows me out. But again, every person's different. And I think being really intentional about the activities of where we're placing them is definitely helpful for students, especially in middle school. Okay. Moving forward with emotion regulation. So far, we've talked about theory of the body-mind connection. We've talked about pragmatic approaches for bringing our students up, bringing them down, physical activity, where that aligns with that. But emotion regulation is that cumulative experience of over time being able to manage and control emotional states and responses to internal or external experiences. And we know with our students that we want them to be high functioning, contributing members of society. And the number one predictor of being able to do that is actually emotion regulation. Thinking about someone working in a drive-through and they were given a card, or they were given the wrong order and they just lose their mind. Again, just thinking of like a tangible or a experience that probably everyone's had, or maybe you go to a restaurant and something is brought up and then the waiter or someone just loses it because it's just too much. We want to be able to manage the small things, but we also want to be able to manage many small things and not have it overflow. And so that process by which we manage emotions, when we have them, what they are, how we experience them, where we express them, are through cognitive, mood, and behavioral pathways. And so together, this curates the emotionally regulated child. And I know educators, you are so well versed on emotion regulation, but I want to talk about specific things about the emotion regulation process. That being cognition. So hot and cool executive functioning. And so executive functioning skills or goal-directed behaviors are the cognition needed for goal-directed behavior. Again, super hot, thinking about that, like super affectively challenging situations that just kind of overtakes the prefrontal cortex, or cool, which are much more like abstract, like being able to count logistics. So those are impacted when dysregulated. Mood, again, that affective experience of that quadrant of pleasantness and arousal. We make bad choices when we are in bad moods, and we know that that can overtake and ruin our whole day real quick, unfortunately. And then inhibitory control, being able to delay gratification of not necessarily having that willpower, but being able to code switch that, hey, okay, I'm not going to do this right now, or I know how to reframe and reset. And so when we have an emotionally regulated child, they're using cognition, mood, and behavior all together to remain and or reset to a regulation. But what happens when a stressor comes in? These pathways can just actually just trigger all over the place and or kind of collapse like building blocks. And so we want to also support this through physical activity to be able to move them to that green zone where we have proper cognition, we're in the learning zone, we are in a positive affective experience, and we're aligning behaviors because we know behaviors manifest from feelings to be able to stay here. And so in the chat, what are some of the things that bump your students out of that learning zone, whether it be something cognitive, behavioral, mood? And then what are things that bump a teacher out of that teaching zone? And again, these learning and teaching zones are that teetering of the yellow and green. And thank you, Angela, for sharing that with moving red into yellow. It's been challenging with emotion regulation for several students. Absolutely. And what are some of the things that you've noticed and or patterns that bump other classmates? Yeah, for sure. That bump students out of that learning zone. Thank you, Laura. Comment made by another student. Student bump, unscheduled changes, noises, home. Bingo. Something unexpected, drama, hunger. Absolutely. For sure. So what I'm seeing in the chat is not just not just social, but physiological needs not being met. Sense of safety, peers. Yeah, so many things can bump us out. And we know that we can't necessarily fix every single thing that triggers a child. And same for a teacher. We know that this field is teaching comes with its unique set of challenges. And what I've learned from lots of teachers in these interviews is being, again, not only intentional, but being able to co-regulate with our students. And so, pull this up. And so with stress comes dysregulation. So the cognitive function is impacted with executive functioning, working memory, attention, memory. So a stressor, we're just going to use tests because that seems pretty universal. All of a sudden my attention because I can't think about anything else. Mood, blunted cortisol because I'm absolutely just can't stop thinking about what's about to happen. Neurotransmitters, the reactivity, I can't focus and I'm just feeling it everywhere in my body. Impulsivity or hyperactivity to try to compensate and or do something with all of these feelings that I'm not quite sure about. So students are really activating these three pathways, and emotion regulation helps us to be able to not only manage that stress, but manage it through cognitive, mood, and behavioral pathways to be able to lean on this process of being emotionally regulated. Because at the end of the day, when we have a child who's feeling all of this, we have to amplify that by 25, 30 kids. And it sometimes then turns into a scene from Kindergarten Cop, where it's just a dysregulated classroom where we have unique needs of our students who are having unique cognition, mood, behavioral, regulatory process issues. And then how do we mitigate that? So again, we don't want this in the classroom, but based on the data, it looks like 48% increase in this dysregulated classroom looking like Kindergarten Cop. So I also say this pragmatic tool doesn't need to just be used for an individual level. I think this could also be really powerful as a classroom scan of class, where do you think we are? Why do we feel this way? How do we bring ourselves back to this teetering of the yellow and green zone? And then how are we going to do that? The impact program, again, interrupting prolonged sitting with activity, all these resources are freely available. But having that classroom expectations and classroom management strategies, we do have training for classroom management and using physical activity as that transition point for dysregulated classroom, because we know that tantrums or dysregulation is the brain trying to reset itself, whether that be the test or the bullying or the he said, she said, or the overwhelming environment at home that we're now having to bring to school. We know that dysregulation doesn't happen in a vacuum, and it's not a one size fits all. So the things that are bumping our students into this dysregulated state, we want to be able to support that through not only classroom management, but hopefully physical activity as one of those tools in the toolbox. And so in our research, we've found that 99% of students were back on task within 30 seconds of completing an activity break with using our resources. Because again, the last thing we want for physical activity is to be one more thing on your plate. We know when using physical activity that the hardest thing is being able to get students up to do the activity and then to get back down, back into the learning zone, ready to engage in the material or academics. So some of these strategies and or training could be beneficial for you. Again, you know your classroom and students best, but again, thinking about how physical activity can be classroom management. And I think in middle school, being intentional about that student voice piece of what type of physical activity, where is it aligning, and that mood meter. What is my goal of using physical activity in this moment? And something like this with like 5th grade, okay, we can align it with curriculum and we have resources to do so with like math. Again, I'm not sure if this is something that would be beneficial for middle school, but it is freely available for you. This is an activity video. We again, and if we were in person, I would have us do this and then we would do an assessment. But again, using that classroom scan and trying different things that align with your students' interests. Some students absolutely love the Just Dance videos. Some, again, might want something more sports or agility or having really set spaces in the classroom. So we've also seen success with having corners that align with these quadrants that have specific physical activities like the play cards where, okay, Johnny is feeling yellow. He is so lively. Here are hacky sack, or here's butt kickers, or here's disco party that he can try in that corner. That's 2 minutes quick. Here are the set space, here's the space, and here's the set activities that can be done in this corner of the classroom. Versus we have a sleeping student who's exhausted, who clearly needs to be re-energized. What activities can support that child? And maybe he goes to a different corner to try set activities. So I think the classroom scan, the activity breaks, videos, other resources can be modified to meet your needs of where your students are at in that moment. And so we know that physical activity actually aligns with the same 3 pathways. So we conceptualize physical activity as cognition, think, mood, feel, behavior, act. So this think, feel, act cycle, physical activity is actually supporting the same 3 pathways and the same outcomes that stress is dysregulating. So again, it's not a one size fit all solution, but it could be a complement to your toolkit of using intermittent physical activity to help with executive functioning skills, to induce a positive affective experience, and help with inhibitory control. And so when doing that activity video, something like Eye of the Tiger, the intentionality of being able to cross the midline, it was moderate to vigorous physical activity, which we know is actually the most enhancing for emotion regulation. It was full body, so increased arousal could be, or energy activation. It was social because there's components where you can do with a buddy or look. It's been shown to improve self-awareness, self-management, and self-regulation and cognitive function in children. So using that brain and body connection could really be a resource. But I've also heard of solutions, and we'll be looking more into like Tai Chi or that breath work with movement that aligns with the polyvagal theory, or mathercise, rotating circuits, taking 5 minutes, and again, in a regulated classroom, or using it as a transition to get to a regulated classroom. Self-regulation skips, or having them do a cognitive reframe and thinking about what's stressing them out, how they can bring themselves down while skipping and using that as a distraction, or even co-regulation and going for a walkie-talkie. And so I say all of these things are for kids, but they can be done with you for co-regulation. I recognize that no two schools are the same, no two teachers are the same, but I think it's really powerful when you have an adult or trusted adult doing something with a child, and you are able to do not only do that together, but have conversations while moving. That brain body connection can't be ignored. I also want to talk about the process model of emotion regulation. So this is where my dissertation really lies at, and everything that I've done is really nested in this model, which says something happens, we try to modify the situation. So something being like a test is upcoming. Do I study or do I not? The situation modification. Where does my attention actually go? So I'm going to choose to go study with friends, or I'm going to focus my energy on the test, or I'm going to disassociate and just play video games. The cognitive change or appraisal, like what do I think about these actions and how is that making me feel? And then the response, what do I do overall to be able to mitigate the stress? And so physical activity really lies at this attentional deployment. What most students are saying and teachers that I've interviewed is that it's really helping to be that distraction, to be able to reset the body, the brain, and the stress. And also, we know that in the literature that it is a powerful tool for cognitive change with that increased cerebral blood flow and the increase of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which is what's building those connections in the brain. So physical activity is really nested in this attentional deployment and cognitive change, and if used intentionally, could be really beneficial in the classroom for these two things to get a student back to that teetering yellow and green zone. And so with box breathing, it's the exact same thing, where it's teetering between that cognitive change of resetting or attentional deployment or distracting, because you're forced to then think about your breath, count, you're having to feel all that breath work. And on top of that, the cognitive change of giving your body more breath or more oxygen, we're able to then slow our heart rate down, and we're able to then hopefully recenter. So again, it's this teetering of when do we use physical activity and when do we use something like box breathing, because once again, not every child's going to be at the red zone at the same time. No child is going to move with the same activity from the red zone to the green zone. It might be a child moving from the red to the yellow, but how do we then scaffold these activities to be able to have students be able to tailor their own experience or use these tools to be able to get to a more regulatory state? And so with box breathing, that lowered respiratory rate, improved acute mood, and increased depth and frequency of breathing, buffers oxidative stress. So these are just evidence-informed strategies that can reduce state anxiety and externalizing behaviors. And again, when a child is selecting them, especially in middle school, seems to be more successful. Moreover, we also have tons of resources when it comes to families, because it is not just the teacher's job to be able to support emotion regulation in the classroom. We know that a lot of times that students are trying their very, very best to be regulated at school and then come home and just fall apart. And so what is the parents' role in this as well? And we have lots of these toolkits, which are actually based on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that give families the opportunity to talk about how they can move together or think together, move together, and be together. And I know I have Barry on here who's been just a huge help with these. But building those trusted relationship and having that cognitive piece where here's the behavior I'm trying and here's how that induced a cognitive change. So we really want to focus on not just having emotion regulation with physical activity in a classroom, but how can they take that home and use that as a skill as well. I helped spearhead the lifelong skills one, which is really based in social emotional learning, where we want physical activity to be a character development opportunity to develop positive relationships. And again, scaffolds those play cards where it can be a 20-day calendar, a 20-day challenge for students to try. So it gives them the opportunity to kind of lead their own lifelong skills journey. And it has all the activities already embedded to it because we want this to be like a one-stop shop for practicing physical activity for emotion regulation. And then over time, hopefully that builds resilience where they know that, okay, I'm feeling this way. I'm in the blue zone, which means I know that XYZ activities will work. I know this is what's going to help bring me there by doing XYZ exercises, and this is how I feel after. So really curating that experience where they can then be in the resilience zone where we know that we're going to feel our feelings, but we know how to get ourselves out of it. And because we want our kids to have grit. We want them to be able to have multiple tools because at the end of the day, the stress isn't going away, but we can always add more strategies to help mitigate it. And so this toolkit, again, freely available, scaffolds those needs and they're ready to go, ready to mail out, ready to just hand to a parent or a child that can help then support movement at all levels. So overall, this physical activity is our goal to then align with social emotional learnings. We have those skills. We have the cognitive aspect. It is theory-based and evidence-informed to be able to build self-management, social awareness, be an opportunity for relationship skills, and then help our students to be able to have that self-awareness of this is what I'm feeling. Here's how I can use physical activity, a lifelong skills to be able to support emotion regulation through the lifespan. So overall, we've talked about the pragmatic approach of the mood meter, aligning it with a resource like physical activity with the impact play cards, how that then induces a positive affective experience through cognitive change and intentional deployment, how this can be a lifelong skill and how the engagement can be tailored to your classroom and or home. That we have family resources that can then be implemented in the home environment because we know that parents are a huge component of this recipe for success, if you will. And over time, when we do this, can foster social emotional learning skills where our students can then have that grit and resilience to lean on physical activity. So I want to be cognizant of our time, so I'm going to skip this chat, but please know in the presentation, you have these QR codes that'll take you directly to the family toolkit and then the 250 play cards, freely available, use as you wish. And at the end of the day, we want to have a really well-regulated teacher, really well-regulated students who know exactly where to get for the yellow and green zone. So I hope that you have a fruit or a major takeaway from this session. And I hope you also have a seed to grow or an intention that you'd like to plant in your personal or professional life for using physical activity as a potential strategy for emotion regulation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Penelope. That was amazing. So at this time, we'd like to invite everyone to put your questions in the chat, and I will read them for Penelope to answer. And I think I actually already saw one in there. Someone said, I've had teachers tell me that I had to stop doing these types of physical activity snacks because students want to just get out of academic time and go do the activities. Any advice?
Absolutely. And I think part of that, part of the answer to that is what person, myself included, can sit for 8 hours straight. I mean, I don't know if you see me, I'm already just like moving around a lot. So I would market it honestly as, well, I think this is an opportunity to enhance the learning environment because we're intentional about using these snacks, or the 2-3 minutes that they're getting up out of their seat and moving is and our time cost analysis data, 14-15 minutes less of classroom management. So I feel like it could be, I think it's the marketing of that. I hope that answered your question.
Great. And folks, continue to put your questions in there. I actually have a question as well. The cards, I think, are a great, amazing idea. I love that. I just had a question about students that might have movement differences. Is that involved in the kit that we get, or what would happen there?
Yes, absolutely. So one of the things that we really want to be conscious of is ability level, and also thinking of our neurodivergent learners and just the unique needs of our students. So we actually have videos that have been professionally made to be able to scaffold some of the skills that are in the play cards. And so those break down those complex movements, because when I say something like a squat, what does a squat actually mean? How can someone who might not necessarily have the physical ability do a squat still engage in this activity and reap those benefits without actually physically being able to do a squat? So those videos that are actually embedded into the impact play cards, as well as on our website, help break those down and give those modifications for equitable physical activity.
Excellent.
Did that answer your question?
It did answer mine. Yes, absolutely. And it looks like we don't have any more questions in there. So I'd just like to thank everyone for the discussion, and thank you again, Penelope, for the great presentation. I'm now going to hand the mic to Brad for our wrap up of the day.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Colleen. So we are going to move to our wrap up. So for our wrap up for today's event, I have the honor to welcome our final guest, Karen Schmidt. Karen is the Senior Director of MHealthy and Health and Wellbeing Services at the University of Michigan. In this role, she supports the health and well-being of university's 60,000 plus faculty, staff, dependents, retirees, and spouses, in addition to supporting our Project Healthy Schools program. Karen has over 20 years of proven experience leading, implementing, and evaluating health and well-being programs. Karen holds a Master in Public Health in Health Behavior and Health Education from the University of Michigan and a Bachelor of Arts in Communication and Psychology. Please join me in welcoming Karen to say a few words as we conclude this year's event.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Brad. And as we kind of move to wrap up this day, this pack day, I do want to take a moment and just share some gratitude with each of you for coming. And something I like to think about is that we all need vitamins and minerals to support our well-being. And I believe there's a special kind of vitamin, something I like to call vitamin G or vitamin gratitude, that we all need healthy doses of daily. And we know in positive psychology research that gratitude is strongly and consistently associated with greater happiness. And gratitude helps people feel more positive emotions, relish good experiences, and even improve their health. So I want to share my gratitude with each of you. We are truly grateful that you took time to join us for today's event. And y'all, I know this was a very full day, and here we are up at 3:30 on a Friday afternoon. And so I applaud each and every one of you for sticking with us. We are so appreciative for your engagement and participation throughout the day. During the sessions, we hope that you were able to find some inspiration from our presenters and that you acquired some knowledge or resources or information that you can take back to our schools and in your organizations. Thank you to our wonderful presenters who so generously shared your knowledge and wisdom with us. And thank you also for our amazing partners, including all of our schools, the staff, the students, and community members, our partners such as Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, our advisory board, our donors, and all of our internal and external partners. And last, y'all, and certainly not least, I want to extend a huge thank you to the incredible Project Healthy Schools team, which is made of Brad and Miriam, Grace, Jacob, Nate, and Colleen. Y'all did a beautiful job today, and I thank you for your expertise and collaboration to pull together such a beautiful event. It's because of all of you that PHS has had such a positive impact on the well-being of tens of thousands of students. And as Dr. Eagle mentioned earlier, we couldn't do what we do without each of you, so thank you. And as Dr. Eagle mentioned, I'm really excited to also see what the next 20 years will bring. Brad, I'll pass it back to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Karen. And thank you so much for all of your support, both you and the entire MHealthy department. We would not be where we are today without you and the full department. So thank you for all your support. We really greatly appreciate it. Okay, so that pretty much concludes our event today. We're going to move into our evaluation section for right now. So I'm going to copy and paste our evaluation link into the chat. And then I also have a slide. If you'd rather use a QR code for the evaluation, we also have that as an option as well. So I will pull up that slide. Perfect. Okay, great. So you have two choices. You can either click on the link in the chat box and utilize that evaluation for today's event, or you can use your phone and use the maize and blue QR code in the middle of your screen, or you can scan that and use that as well. So we will be also emailing out the evaluation later today via email as well. As I mentioned earlier today, all of today's sessions were recorded and filmed. So we will have everything posted onto our PHS portal and onto the event website later next week. And then next week, we'll also send out the evaluation one more time for those who were not able to do it today or over the weekend. So we look forward to engaging with you all throughout the school year if you are one of our schools. If you are a prospective school, we would love to have you apply for our program. Our RFA, we call it the request for application, typically opens up in the early next year or late winter. So we will definitely be in communication with you. We have all of your information from the evaluation as well as your registration for today's event. So we'll make sure we add you to our listserv for both our newsletter and any communication that we have going forward about our program. So thank you all again for attending today's event. I think this was a great day of learning, a great day of connecting all of our schools together. And I think we all are going to walk away with something very tangible that we can use within our everyday work, whether you be at a school or wherever you might work across the state. So thank you again for today's event. And we look forward to seeing you at our next Wellness Champ gathering, which will be a year from now. Thank you so much and have a great day.